You're the greatest. 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 You're the greatest.
Cletus, you're the Cletus, you're the Cletus.
You're the greatest. You're the greatest. You're the greatest. You're the greatest.
You're the Cletus.
You're the greatest. 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 The greatest.
You're the Cletus.
You're the greatest. You're the greatest.
situational family something. Because I don't wanna touch you with the cans of. I also wanna drink my coke. Wanna have no news. But fast food moves natural myself. Fuck you, never food. Let's be moving. Trying to have time to live my cash moves with the chicken sides. Cause I'm that much of a baby, keep my sweat going. So we got the letters, that's just how we distracted by that. And I'm testing on Twitch.tv. And I'm quite happy that I have been. I haven't watched another task fees in a while. Especially one done by someone who's now done like 50 plus years of mostly watching Mario SOT runs. Because this young still bad. I hope I can take it down sometimes soon. I have things that I want to do, such as drinking more vodka, having more guns, eating more food, and maybe plastic should be the same plastic project maybe. I'm not happy.
entirely from your system, from your body. I went to my doctor a couple weeks ago, and his jaw dropped because he said, I've never seen this before, you are virtually germ-free. But it's an incredible product, and I'm proud that they're part of the On Cinema family. Check out riogenesis.com. Before we jump into the movies, I know we've got a lot to cover. Greg, we had an incident at the Oscar special, a tremendous Oscar special, one of the best On Cinema Oscar specials I think we've ever done.
With the Jaws stuff.
Jaws
definitely.
stuff was phenomenal. We did end on a little bit of a sour note because our good friend, there was a minor accident on set that we, sometimes it's part of the movie making process. You know, you risk things, you take risks, and sometimes accidents do happen. And our friend Mark Pruksch was involved in a small accident on set. Luckily, the EMS were there and
Very
were able
luckily.
to. Yeah, and so I guess I haven't spoken with him, but hopefully you have.
Well,
an
he's
update
not
on
speaking
him.
now, but his heart is pounding away, so that's a good sign.
That's
He's
terrific
breathing.
news. Good for that. Good for him.
I don't know when or if he'll speak again, but our fingers are crossed. He's in good care thanks to the state of California and the Medicare system and all that. So he does have a full-time caretaker.
Well, the heart's what we care most about. So Mark,
His heart is beating.
All right, let's get into the movies. This week we've got a big one: Pacific Rim.
Yes.
Uprising. So that's a sequel to Pacific Rim 2, Pacific Rim 1, which didn't have a subtitle to it, it was just Pacific Rim.
Well, this doesn't have a subtitle either. It's just called Pacific Rim Uprising. There's no colon between Pacific Rim and
So
Uprising or dash.
Pacific Rim, directed by Stephen S. DeKnight, starring John Bodega, Scott Eastwood. That's not Clint Eastwood, which we're familiar with, and Charlie Day.
Charlie Day and DeKnight is the director. Night and Day.
Jake Pentecost, son of Jack Stacker Pentecost, reunites with Mako Mori to lead a new generation of Jaeger pilots against a new Kaiju threat.
That would all make sense if you've seen the
This
first
is
movie.
This is a great Pacific Rim movie. This is essentially following through on the promises they delivered in the first episode of this show. I love this movie a lot. Probably one of those movies I'll probably see again and again. I give Pacific Rim Uprising 5 bags of popcorn.
Yeah, it's strange. When I saw the first Pacific Rim movie, which I loved, as you know, I thought, well, that's a self-contained movie. That's it. There'll never be a sequel because they wrapped up so many of the loose ends at the end of the movie. So I was a little bit wary of this one, wondering how they were going to keep it going. After seeing this Pacific Rim movie, I feel like there could be another 10 afterwards. This is the beginning of a new franchise. Scott Eastwood is a big part of that. As you mentioned,
I am stomping in my bass. Stomping in my bass.
You know, Charlie Day, make my day. That's my dad's line.
Literally,
You know, something
those few seconds of the song that you heard, that's all you need to hear.
Make my day from
If
Dirty
you
Harry.
just kind of want to laugh at it a little bit.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of neat.
did a movie magic.
All right. Thanks for that. Next up is Sherlock Gnomes, directed by John Stevenson and starring the great Johnny Depp, James McAvoy, and Emily Blunt. Garden Gnomes,
It's gnomes.
I'm sorry, I'm just Garden Gnomes, Gnomeo. Oh, Gnomeo and Juliet. That's like Romeo and Juliet. Recruit renowned detective Sherlock Gnomes to investigate the mysterious disappearance of other garden ornaments. And this is a sequel, I believe, as well to the original Gnomes movie that came out recently.
It's pronounced gnomes.
Okay, and this is a lot of fun, yet to the great voice talents of Johnny Depp. And I love this movie. It's fun for kids of all ages, of course. And I'm proud to have been one of the many people that love this movie. I'm proud to be in that company. So I give it 5 bags of popcorn and 2 glasses of soda.
This is a great movie. It's a frustrating movie because it is so great, but it could have been greater. And the reason I say that is the director. John Stevenson is a no-name director. I think when you got Johnny Depp on board for something like this, the next call you make is to Tim Burton. And those 2 guys together with this Sherlock Gnomes movie, I think he would have hit it right out of the park. And I gotta wonder why Tim Burton turned this one down, because I think he made a big mistake. And I'm very curious to find out why he made that mistake. Because he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. His reputation for making great movies. So I'm still gonna give it. It would have been 5 bags of popcorn plus a garden gnome. But I'm just gonna do the 5 bags of popcorn because I think this was a missed opportunity.
Thanks for that, Greg. One more time before we go, I just want to thank Rio Genesis for being a partner on the show and sponsoring the show, and being a part of the On Cinema family. Again, it's a great product. I use it. I've been using it now for several weeks. It's made a huge difference in my life. It's an entire system to essentially eliminate germs from your body. I've found what works for me is the germ assassin. Really strong, intense cleanse of germs. It really just eliminates all germs in your body. And I think it's a week of 4 pills 5 times a day. And then you just, on a daily basis, you can transition to the Germ Shield, which I use the Germ Shield X in powder form. And that you use, I just make a shake, really delicious shake. And you do that a couple times, 3-4 times a day. And you're creating a shield, preventing any germs. That's what I'm talking about. Not only getting rid of germs, but possibilities of flu, stomach issues, diarrhea, stomach fluids, vomiting, and long-term things like diabetes, cancer, all kinds of illnesses and diseases that episode of On Cinema After Cinema, brought to you by Rio Genesis. I'm your host, Tim Heideck. Welcome to the show. My name is Tim Heidecker, and I'm the host. And I'm joined by the Film Archive.
Glad to be here and can't wait to share some tips with you.
Right. And a little update with happening with not taking control of the brands like Dakar and even Decker and DKR and a number of other intellectual properties that were involved. Even on cinema, they want to get their hands on. For now, we're keeping them at bay. But it's, last episode, I'm sorry I'm going on about this, but it's very intense right now. And it's probably the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. Last week, me talking about sort of a new chapter of the show. Well, this is a new chapter for me because now I'm forced to be, the joke is I'm forced to, looks like I'm even doing chapter 11 bankruptcy because just to protect what I have, to create a shield. We talk a lot about creating a shield from germs, and that's what's great about Rheogenesis. But I'm also looking at a legal shield because I'm under attack. Anyways, I don't want to get into all that, but if people wanted to know where we're at, that's where we're at. We're at a complete opposite of where we want to be. So there is no Delgado fund. And the Delgados are not a lot of fun. That's the only twist on it that I've noticed, that these are bad people. And they're taking their son's death and using it to try to capitalize and monetize that and try to come after me. But it's not going to happen.
So what did
It's not going to happen. And by the way, I'm getting a lot of negative feedback on the hats. I don't know what the hats are about, but it looks sloppy.
I'm getting a lot of positive feedback because these are actually part of the VFA now. This is part of a new collection that I'm building of movie promotional hats, which they would give to the crew.
Then they should pay to be on this. Then Deep Impact, whatever movie studio is, should pay to be on the show. We're not giving free advertising.
Well, the whole movie is about talking about classic movies.
Rheogenesis people are calling me saying, "Why is there dueling products on the show that we're paying for?"
But we're talking about movies every episode. It's
believe me, there's going to be a deep impact when it comes to the way I'm handling it with you. There's going to be a deep impact physically.
This is essentially a popcorn classic, and this is another way to present a popcorn classic.
On two levels, it's bad taste. From a movie reviewer to be wearing product placement like that. On a second level, you look sloppy, and it's a bad look for you.
It doesn't look stupid.
Like a child.
When the stars of the movie are wearing it, like Morgan Freeman, it doesn't look stupid then. And I guarantee you, he's got one of these at home too.
Let's talk about something you're here to talk about: movies. Ready Player One, directed by
Steven Spielberg, the master,
starring Ty Sheridan, Olivia Cook, Ben Mendelsohn. When the creators of a virtual reality world called Oasis dies, he relieves and releases a challenge to all Oasis users to find his Easter egg, which will give the finder his fortune. Wade Watts finds the first clue and starts a race for the egg. And this is based on the video game Ready Player One. And this is a Steven Spielberg joint. It's one of his best movies, I think, since E.T. I love this movie. 5 bags of popcorn, 2 cans of Coke, 2 cans of soda.
Spielberg is probably the preeminent director of our time, and it shows his confidence with this movie that he knew that this was going to be such a hit that it was going to kick off a new franchise. And so some would call it overconfidence. I think it's the right move. He called the first one in the series Ready Player One, knowing that there'll be a Ready Player 2, a Ready Player 3, and so on and so forth, all the way up maybe to 10.
Okay.
And so I think that's kind of cool, and it's going to be in the Guinness Book of Movie Records as the first time that the first movie in a beloved series had the 1 in the title from the get-go. So I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and throw in an old little E.T. keychain just to remind you of Spielberg's roots.
And one thing I love about this movie is the virtually real technology that they're using. The VR they call it. It's almost as if you can be. It's like you're in the game or in the game, and that's interesting. Interesting like technology. Acrimony, directed by Tyler Perry, one of our favorite directors, starring Tarji P. Henson. Related to Jim Henson, Jasmine Simon, and Daniel Nicolette. Faithful wife, tired of standing by her devious husband, is enraged when it becomes clear she has been betrayed. This is a great movie. Tell me what you thought.
I think Tyler Perry it's strange you wouldn't have seen this coming, but I think he's becoming the Woody Allen of our generation in his own way. This is an interesting movie. It has a cast made up of people that we've seen in some of his other movies, and I think it's one of his best, probably his best, and maybe the first time that he gets nominated for a directorial Academy 5 bags of popcorn and a little piece of wood, sort of as a tip of the hat to Woody Allen.
Well, I love Woody and I love Taylor, and Acrimony is up there for me as well. One of the best movies of the year. I predict an Oscar as well. It's an official Oscar pick. And I give it 5 bags of popcorn, and it's an Oscar pick, so it's an important movie. It's one everyone should check out. Not the longest movie I've seen in a while. Kind of it flew by.
You can't blame a movie for going fast. That doesn't really factor into its official running time.
Okay, and we have a surprise from you. You've got something.
This is interesting. I think astute viewers remember last week we were talking about Sherlock Gnomes, the Johnny Depp movie that I felt should have been a Tim Burton Johnny Depp movie. And I actually sent a letter to Tim Burton's offices. He's currently at work on the Dumbo reboot, Disney film. And I got a letter back just yesterday afternoon, very fast, from Mr. Tim Burton, which is cool in a way, but what's not cool, and this is cool, which I didn't even ask for, that's the keepsake, but what's not cool is that he ignored the content of my letter, where I asked him on behalf of all the viewers of the show to answer the question that we posed last week, which is why did you not direct Sherlock Gnomes? And this is what he says. Dear Greg, thank you for your kind words and for being such a loyal viewer of my work. To answer your question, I have not seen Sherlock Gnomes, but I'm sure that John Stevenson did a fine job. Best wishes, Tim Burton. Well, he's not answering my question, because my question wasn't, have you seen Sherlock Gnomes? My question is, why did
you said you're going to read the letter.
But he says to answer your question, but he ignored the question, which is, why did you
sure he's a
direct
busy man. Thanks
with your partner Johnny Depp? Why did you direct Sherlock Gnomes? You just totally blew it off.
You told me you were going to read a piece of movie.
Well, it's memorabilia because it's signed by Tim Burton, but it's
also,
I'm going to frame this.
We want to see your give us a VFA update. Let's go to that quick.
So we got quite a few here. We're looking for some shelves, and we've got a whole other facility, a closet that is quite big. That was a walk-in closet that is now going to be home to the main section of the archive. We have a program in place where if you donate tapes to the archive's permanent collection, you then get vouchers where you can borrow tapes from the main collection for a week at a time. So do keep the donations coming, and I'm feeling pretty good about the tapes that we have acquired thus far. Back to you, Tim.
All right. Well, thanks for that little sneak peek into the inner workings of the VFA. I'm honestly glad to see it's growing and doing well.
It's actually bigger now than it ever has been in terms of the quantity and quality of the movies.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next week. And thanks again to RioGenesis.com. They've been a real friend to the show and are making the show possible. And visit RioGenesis.com, I guess, to make your order today. And we appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Popcorn Classic.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's shelve that for next week. Or put it on your schedule for next week.
You had time for the Rio Genesis stuff.
It's not a question of time. We already did 2 big segments from you on this show. Okay?
Yeah, but this isn't on Popcorn Classic. Isn't my segment. It's just part of the show.
It is your segment. I don't bring in Popcorn Classics. Be smart.
You could. You just don't
lose
know.
the hat and we'll start talking about more segments. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's Riogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema, brought to you by Riogenesis. My name is Tim Heidecker. I am the host of On Cinema at the Cinema. We're excited to bring you new news about the movies coming to your cinemas this week, give you expert advice on what to see and what not to see. I've got a couple guests today. I want to introduce, as always, from the VFA, Greg Turkington.
Hey guys.
And also with us is new expert that I'm bringing to the show, a technology expert, and Max. What's your last name again? Max Ucomco, coming to us from Best Buy. That's a Best Buy we all know is a terrific store that provides all kinds of technology and TVs and all that kind of stuff.
Not VCRs, because they're the ones that actually
They're discontinued and we don't use VCRs anymore.
Yeah, but it's because of places like Best Buy that they gave up on the format, even though people were still buying the tapes.
Okay, well, let's respect our guest here. The reason I have Max here, last week we delved into the Ready Player One from Mr. Spielberg, and it turned me on to this world of VR that I really didn't know much about. And I went down to the Best Buy, and Max here is just a killer salesman. He got me into a new 70-inch Samsung, which is 4K, and a couple other great devices, HDMI cables he got me onto, and a whole bunch of stuff. Universal remote from Logitech, just a ton of great cool stuff. But the reason I went there is to find out about VR, because I thought this is the future, and I love being a little bit ahead of the curve. So talk to me quickly about VR in a minute. I wanted to make a quick note and say thanks to Rio Genesis for making the show possible, riogenesis.com. People have been asking me, by the way, because I kind of mentioned this very quickly about my process with the Germ Shield X, the powder, the shake that I've been making. I wanted to give my official recipe for what I do. If you guys are going to go with the Germ Shield X powder, this is the shake I make. I make it 2 or 3 times a day. Basically, real simple, you take a big scoop of the Rio Genesis into your blender, some ice, some almond milk, like a couple cups of almond milk, or whatever, real milk, if you want to do real milk, a cup of peanut butter, sometimes I put in a banana, 2 bananas, some chocolate syrup, and then blend, and I'm telling you, it's better than a McDonald's shake. It's such a delicious, got a little sweetness to it, and it's got nutrition, and you're blocking germs.
Some germs are good.
No germs are good.
Well, if you want to have an immune system,
you're talking about probiotics. You're speaking without knowledge.
But you told me
And I asked you to stop wearing those goddamn hats. Shut up. Why would you do that? I told you not to. Speaking of germs, those common, disgusting, used hats, they're not to be on the set ever again. That was your first warning. I don't do second warnings. I'm going to do it for you now. That hat, any of those goddamn promotional hats end up on the set again, you're off the show. Now, VR. Sorry about that. This is very disrespectful.
Well, the hats are
Everyone's saying that, by the way.
unofficial popcorn classics. Well, I'm getting a lot of letters to the contrary. These are unofficial popcorn classics. Since you're too busy talking about this Dr. San garbage
It's not
product
Dr.
that
San,
you probably
believe me.
found in his
mention his
estate
name
sale.
You don't mention
I'm
his name
trying to
again.
include
Shut up.
popcorn classics
Shut up, or I'm
by
not going to let
bringing
you
them
read
as
that
a
letter.
hat.
I'm not going to let you read that
Right.
letter. Max, I apologize. Talk to me about VR, because we brought one of these here. This is a VR unit set. What is VR? A lot of people are like, why do they keep saying VR? What is virtually real technology?
So essentially, you can put on the headset, goggles,
Right.
whatever you want to call them, and you could see pretty much everything around you. You'll be immersed into the video game, the movie, whatever.
Now,
it
this
you're
is
doing.
black right now. If this was hooked up to a movie or whatever, I'd be seeing basically beyond widescreen, folks. This would be another level of, you'd be seeing 360, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is would you agree, you said this to me at the store, I thought it was profound. This is the future, you think, of entertainment?
I think so. Yes, I think it is the future.
Yeah. So now this is where Spielberg knows it. That's why he made Ready Player One. That's why that's the trend. That's the definition. That's where we're going. So thank you for this,
No
or
problem.
thank you for the demo and for the education. Fascinating stuff.
Of course, anytime.
Let's quickly get to your Tim Burton update, and then we can get into the movies. Quickly.
As everybody knows what's going on with Tim Burton and the Sherlock Gnomes controversy, I took the liberty of writing an open letter to Mr. Burton, which I'm going to read this week, and then next week hopefully we'll have his response. Let me read
Summarize it if you need to.
Mr. Burton, thank you for your letter. In your letter of 4 days ago, you stated, to answer your question, I have not seen Sherlock Gnomes. Yet if you reread my letter to you, whether or not you had seen Sherlock Gnomes was not my question. My question was, why did you not direct the film? Which, as great as it was, would have been even greater had you been at the helm.
Okay.
It is common knowledge amongst film experts and the general public that your collaborations with Johnny Depp are among the most beloved and profitable in film history.
Thank you.
Please do not insult my intelligence and that of your many fans by assuming that we do not know this fact.
Okay.
It is disingenuous for you to pretend that a major studio would produce a new Johnny Depp film without first asking you if you were available to helm the project.
All right, thanks.
Millions of dollars, hold on, millions of dollars and potentially tens of thousands of jobs hang in the balance of any major film production. To have gone with James Stevenson, an unknown director, instead of a proven Depp collaborator and confidant is a decision that no studio executive would ever make voluntarily. Thus, we are left to conclude that you declined of your own volition to work on Sherlock Gnomes for reasons that you did not explain and that I feel as fans were entitled to
That's
know.
it. Thank you.
This is the conclusion.
Wait.
As I stated in my first letter, my program On Cinema at the Cinema is at this time the premier source of movie expertise and criticism on the web and television. We have a very large viewership whose enthusiasm for film is unmatched.
Excuse me, you said the letter was going to take 10 seconds.
These are film buffs who generally will see a new release several times if the movie is to their
filibustering my
liking.
show?
I hope that you will not disappoint them with further evasiveness. I look forward to your future projects with Mr. Depp. Sincerely, Greg Turkington, On Cinema at the Cinema co-host. So this letter is just to get him to answer the question, why did you not direct Sherlock Gnomes?
Yeah,
Which
that's
he
clear.
didn't.
We got that.
But he didn't
That's
answer
enough.
it
Thank you.
when
Thank
I
you.
sent the first letter.
Thank you.
So hopefully this gets an
Thank you.
answer from him,
Thank
and
you
then
very
we
much.
can read
You wanna
that
talk about
answer
movies?
next week on the show. Yeah, I would love to. And
All
that's
right.
what this was. This was talking about movies,
Put
not
that- I
about
never wanna hear
3D glasses, which they already had in the 50s. It's not a new technology. And I'll be reading the
All right,
reply on the show as well.
All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know if anyone's interested in the minutia of that relationship anymore. All right. Let's get into the movies. First up, Chappaquiddick,
Like they said in the movie about 500 times if you saw the movie.
starring directed by John Curran, starring Kate Mara, Olivia Thirlby, Jason Clarke. This is the story of Ted Kennedy, Lion Ted Kennedy, one of the worst rats in the history of politics. It's his life and career as they become derailed after he's involved in a fatal 1969 car accident that claims the life of a young campaign strategist, Mary Jo Kopnecki. This is the story of Ted Kennedy. This is the life and times of Ted Kennedy and sort of trouble he got into. And it's good to see finally this guy gets taken down to he's one of those swamp dwellers in Washington that sometimes gets glossed over and gets sort of ionized. But he was a bad guy. He was a killer. He's killed this woman and could have gotten death penalty, but he ended up dying of natural causes, of course. I think that's common knowledge. A couple years ago, and no one was sad to see him go, by the way. But interesting what inspired what Neo Genesis could have done in preventing those kinds of issues. That's all I'll say about that. Greg, I give it 5 days.
I don't think it's quite the political movie. It's kind of more of an old-fashioned horror movie. You've got a car on a bridge hitting the water and sinking, which is very frightening. It reminds me of the Beatles. And Robert Shaw, who interestingly enough is coming off of Jaws. So I did really like it. I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and an inflatable life preserver. Save yourself
control. His nightmares overtake him as a conspiracy uncovered in what may be his death trip was. The movie answers that question. I'm not going to give away. No spoilers from this show. Is it his death trip or his awakening? Sherlock Holmes movie where you have the mystery, what is you were never really here. It's kind of interesting question. Five guys you talk to, or you were never really here.
I'll tell you one thing.
Directed by Lynn Ramsey.
I felt like I was there. I was in the theater because it's a very memorable film to see. It's one of the scariest movies in recent years, one of the most horrifying and one of the most real. And I only hope that none of us and none of our viewers ever live through anything like what the characters in this great movie lived through. So I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe a prescription to see a psychiatrist if you need it. After you watch all this one, it's a scary film.
Heavy stuff. I want to thank you, and you have a new segment that you're...
Yeah, this is a segment that we're pretty proud of. It's kind of a tribute to somebody who's meant a lot to the On Cinema family, our good friend Mark Proch, who is under the weather at the moment. This is a... Hey guys, welcome to another edition of On Cinema Marchives, where we take a look at lost clips from Mark Proch's archives, personal archives.
Okay, go.
Mark Proch, 5'11". I'm auditioning for the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Are you the spirit, the specter whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Long past?
No, your past.
I believe I would rather have your countenance extinguished from my presence.
What? Would you so soon put out the light I give?
What is your concern then for me?
Your welfare.
All right, very interesting. That was, we ended up, I recognized that from Decker, which we're not, by the way, I've lost the rights to. The Delgados have clamped down, and now they're saying that they own all the Decker intellectual property.
But they wouldn't own Kington or any of the other
And
characters.
the whole umbrella, Davidson.
Well, I never
the rest.
signed anything with the Delgados, so.
Finally, big news, thanks to Max, who's been here teching out and sort of figuring everything out. Max has agreed to set us up with our own VR rig here. So next week, hopefully by next week, I think we'll be able to enact this, put this into action. You're going to be seeing, for the first time ever, On Cinema at the Cinema in VR. So whatever it takes, you want to get your, I don't know, whatever your rig is, get this, or Max, you recommend this. This is Samsung or Oculus, whatever you want. Get the unit, because next week we're throwing out all the cameras here, we're getting rid of all the equipment
Can
here.
you watch it the regular way too?
You cannot. It'll be in VR. Prepare, because that's the future. We're not waiting around for it. Thanks, guys. See you next week.
People aren't going to be able to get the movie
Yes, they
reviews
will.
if they have to buy this stuff
They're
to
not going to
watch
have
the show.
You can. How much is this? $200?
Yeah, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah. So it's
Not
fine.
everybody has that kind of money to buy something. I wouldn't be able to buy something like that. It's a lot to expect of viewers to go buy something like that just to find out about.
Well, what do you think Henry Ford
you
did
don't
when he
need
introduced the car? You don't just, you know what I mean? You got to push it forward.
You don't need something like that to watch this show. You shouldn't need something like that to watch this show.
You shouldn't, but you will. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's Rheogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I am your host, Tim Heidecker, coming to you for the first time in the history of On Cinema in virtual reality, in VR. We're very excited to provide this brand new platform for us, and it's really exciting. What can I say? Get your VR headsets on. We have ours here, and thanks to Max here for setting it up. Max is now our crew of one. We used to have 15, 20 people working here, and they've all got the pink slip because we are going into the future. It's automated situation, and it's kind of cool because now basically you can see the whole. I'll just give you a quick tour. By the way, we got Greg Turkington with us here. Pretty exciting, Greg.
Hey,
He's
guys.
part of the VR experience. You can get up close and personal with him. And now you could I can go pretty much wherever I want in the set. And basically you can see the whole set from in a 360-degree format. So I think it's a new way to experience all kinds of different stuff, our show in particular.
What are they going to do when they show the clips from the movies that we're reviewing? Is that going to be?
We're going to be
How's
able to
that
watch
gonna-
them here in VR as well. So we'll be able to.
But if the movies didn't come out in VR, how
It'll
would-
be like it'll be almost as if you're in a movie theater. So if you were in a movie theater, you'd look straight, right, Max? If
Yes,
you're
sir.
right at the screen, you'd see a screen in there. You understand?
nothing about this reminds me of a movie theater. That's for sure.
Well, I think it's cool. I think it's gonna. You'll see people are gonna get really excited about this. I'm gonna put this back. Excuse me.
You got a cold or something?
I think it's allergies. It's a lot of
Maybe you're,
pollen
maybe you're
kicking up. No,
allergic
it's
to
pollen.
that Rheogenesis.
Yes, thank you again. This is sponsored by Rheogenesis. We've been talking about it. Very exciting. If you haven't purchased the system yet, let's look at it from a different angle, which is, the Rheogenesis not only keeping me alive from a germ standpoint, but from a financial standpoint. The Delgados have been basically moving in and surrounding me. They've taken DKR from me. They've taken, excuse me. They've taken Dakar. They've taken Decker. They're trying to make moves apparently on some of the On Cinema itself.
So that's the last
And-
we'll see of Dakar and DKR.
Right now that they're in a holding company that the Delgados have established.
But can you guys make music anymore, or is that it?
That's like I've said before. I think right now we've pressed pause on that.
Nice.
But so what I'm trying to say is, Rheogenesis is providing jobs. The more you support
Gone for Axiom.
well, listen, I wouldn't talk about. I would talk about. I really have no wits end with you. Disobeyed you. In so many different ways, in particular my quest, my system back at this who cares? It's a hat. And I asked you to know what happened. You said you look like everybody's saying that
Oh, you look like you're off
that's like calling, if I was black, that's like calling me the N-word. That's the white N-word. And fuck you.
Well,
Sergeant Stubby, an American hero. Take it off. Take the hat off. Take the beret off. Take it off. Sergeant Stubby, an American hero. Helena Bonham Carter, Logan Letterman. Sergeant Stubby and the Enduring Bonds. It's a dog movie about World War I. Sergeant Stubby, an American hero, directed by Richard Lanny, gets 5 bags of popcorn from me. It's not my kind of movie, but it checked off all the boxes in terms of length, and for kids, it's a good movie. Patriotism and American honor. So it's a cool movie in that regard. No stars in it, and it had no special effects that I care
Helena
about.
Bonham.
It doesn't look good in VR, I'll tell you that much. All right, your review?
I thought it was great. I don't think Sergeant Stubby is ever going to be on the level of Benji in terms of being an American hero who happens to be a dog, but I do think the movie's very good. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn. and maybe a can of Dick Van Patten's Natural Balance dog food. Since you like these natural products, that would be one for a dog, I guess, similar to
Second is
Genesis.
Overboard, directed by Bob Fisher. Two directors, Bob Fisher and Rob Greenberg, starring Anna Faris, Eva Longoria, and John Hanna. This is a remake of Overboard with Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, directed by, spoiled wealthy yacht owner is thrown off board overboard. Becomes the target of revenge from mistreated employees. Actually, it's kind of cool with the VR.
Those days, not me, I don't know. Since I was like 14, I don't know when that dude come to me, pull off my corridor. All that blocking when I opened the door in the car that she said, like, what are you? And I was a black boy, tight swag. Then she like, oh my god, I really wanna fuck you. She wanna fuck you. Then she's like, wanna fuck you. She's like,
touch yourself.
If you wash your hands, you got germs, and then they're gone. The soap also works the same way.
Okay. Don't undercut the sponsor of the show. You have a
Well, if they're the sponsor, I haven't been
I'm
paid
not free, I wanna play Final Fantasy 9.
But I
Do
get
shuffle,
offense
ain't
because
working. Can't play it. Won't let me import things in the shop. Won't let me buy items. I can't buy any daggers. I can't buy the rod. Any armor for that matter. Playing Sims Castle away would be funny, but I can't play it because the disc don't fucking work. Order off fucking eBay. Message me back, why doesn't the fucking Sims Castle work?
which, with all this talk about virtual reality, this is a horrifying movie. Thank you very much. You gotta see it in 3D. If you've enjoyed this, let us know, because I think this is and if you haven't enjoyed it, let us know too. Thanks for watching.
You have to accept that. Stuff just doesn't. Yeah, you did. You said I looked like Adolf Hitler. That's on record. Excuse me? Okay, so Burt Reynolds looks like Hitler. You know what? I'm not talking about that. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. Reogenesis technology. It's on cinema at the cinema. With me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Let's get the show started here. Hey everybody, this is Tim Heidecker, and welcome to another edition of On Cinema at the Cinema VR. And I do apologize. I was like, because of VR? No, VR has been a big hit. People are writing me saying how much they love the immersive experience, and thanks to you, Max, for doing this on record. I just got crazy pollen or allergies or something that's just like not cold. Not a cold. Excuse me. This is terrible. I'm sorry. And it's like,
I'm glad I didn't take any of that stuff.
no, it's not from the stuff. And by the way, we cut ties with Rio Genesis. I'm not sure where to look. I can look here. Rio Genesis has a great product, and I'm very upset because it's an amazing, life-changing, world-changing product. And what I found out 3 days ago, I was telling Max this, that the Delgados, what him and what the Delgados and their lawyer has been pulling on me is got to be the crime of the century. And they've now come after my deal with Rio Genesis. So every dollar that was coming into this production for Rio Genesis, from the hard-earned money that you guys were spending is now coming out of where it was supposed to go into the show
All
and
$10.
onto shut the fuck up and right into the fucking Delgado's bank account or their fund. And I'm so sick of this, and I'm at my fucking wit's end with them. And so don't go to RioGenesis.com. Don't buy their, not crap, great product. I'm still using it.
It's never even in stores in the first place. I
It
never
doesn't
saw it
matter.
anywhere.
Send it back. Ask for a refund because basically it's a money laundering. The Delgados are rotten and they're trying to ruin me. And my message to the Delgados is, fine, we're even, okay? You won. You've taken it all. I got nothing now. I don't have the ability to fund this show. And now you're telling me that I can't even review movies? You can't call it on cinema? I was doing this well before I got involved with your son, and your son made the shitty mistake that he made. He got him 6 feet under. I'm not going to say anything more because I know I'm a good enough lawyer to know that there's boundaries. You can't cross those. I'm sorry. I'm pissed. All right. What are you wanted to read a letter or some shit? Get quickly with it. I gotta get over to the courthouse.
Well, I've been...
Because suddenly now I have to sign affidavits saying where the Rio Genesis money is going. As if it wasn't funding this, it wasn't funding the VR. Max knew from the beginning where the funding stream for this show is coming from. So I might have to bring you down to court.
This is an open letter to Tim Burton. This is a follow-up to an open letter that I read on the show 2 weeks ago that, as you'll find out when you listen to what I'm going to read, that he has not answered that letter.
Is this more Tim Burton shit?
Well, Mr. Burton, this is to notify you that your lack of response to my previous letter has only confirmed our worst suspicions about your lack of involvement with Sherlock. I want you to answer a simple and obvious question, which is why did you decline to direct Johnny, your favorite collaborator over the past 2 decades, in Sherlock Dreams? This is an open letter. By open letter, I mean I will be reading it on the air on my highly viewed program On Cinema at the Cinema. I hereby invite you to come on next week's episode as my special guest and discuss this matter with our panel of experts. If you do not reply, I can only assume that you wish for your standing and reputation amongst movie buffs and experts to falter. Sherlock Gnomes will not be taking home Oscar Gold this year, and that is in no small part due to your refusal to take the reins and direct the movie the way that it deserves to be directed and continue your outstanding collaboration with Johnny Depp.
All right. Thank you for that.
Hold on. It is incomprehensible why you would deny the movie-going public this treat. We hereby demand an answer as to why. You will be given ample time to explain your strange and disturbing motives when you appear on the show. Thank you for your consideration. So basically, we're inviting Burton on the show to answer these allegations and defend himself, which I think is completely fair considering the situation.
Thank you. You don't have to. You can read the letter. You don't have to explain the letter. I'm sick of this Tim Burton shit. Let it go.
I hereby invite you to come on
The movies today are Rampage, directed by Bad excuse me, Brad Payton, starring Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Malin Akerman.
Sherlock Gnomes will not be taking home Oscar gold this year, and that is
Based on the classic 80s, it's a video game movie featuring apes and monsters destroying cities. Am I allowed to, can I do bags?
collaboration with Johnny.
I don't know. All right, thank you for that.
Hold on. It is
I love this movie. It was a great action movie. 5 bags of popcorn.
Hereby demand I loved it too. It's actually interesting. Rampage, this new Rampage, is actually the 6th movie in movie history called Rampage, but none of them were remakes. They're not sequels. There's 6 different filmmakers who decided a Rampage would be a good title for a movie, and they're right, but it gets a little confusing if you own all these movies and you're trying to file them in any sort of system. Among the 6 Rampages, I would rank this as the second best of them. I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe throw in some sort of stack of index cards that they could use to sort out any
Troopers
confusion.
2, directed by Jay Chan, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Malin Akerman. Jay Chan, Ken video game movie Kreskinensky, Jay Kren Chan Raz S. Kahar. I love this starring motherfucker Jay Chanchka Eskahar, Rob Lowe, there you go, and Manuel Trickricky. When a border dispute arises between the U.S. and Canada, the Super Troopers are tasked with establishing a highway patrol station in the disputed area. This was a Super Troopers movie based on the original Super Troopers, and good movie. 5 bags of popcorn based on Super Troopers.
I think good movie is kind of underselling it. I think it was a great movie, and I think that seeing the gang back after this many years, this has to set a record for the longest time between an original movie and its sequel. 15 years it's been since the first Super Troopers. I think they missed an opportunity here to call this movie Super Troopers rather than Super Troopers 2, Super Troopers, which I think would have been funny. But, you know, I don't need to tell them their job. There's plenty of good jokes and a lot of fun in this movie, and I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe throw in a little like a siren that you would find on the top of a
Super Troopers
highway patrol car.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to show on this episode?
I was going to do a popcorn classic.
The original Super Troopers. And good movie. Go ahead. Show the based on Super Troopers. Popcorn classic.
Good movie is kind of seeing the gang back. This is called The Life of David Gale, and it is directed by Alan Parker, who did Fame, which is one of my favorite movies, and it stars Kate Winslet and the great Kevin Spacey. It's a thriller, kind of a conspiracy movie about a professor who's accused of a murder, and it's up to you as the viewer to figure out whether or not he actually did the murder. So it keeps you on the edge of your seat. Very provocative film, and it's a true popcorn classic. And it was 2 hours and 11 minutes from Intermedia, Universal, and Saturn Films, and it was rated R. So do see The Life of David Gale.
All right, and show on this episode. Next week we'll be back with more on cinema. Thanks for watching. Excuse me, I gotta lay down. Water.
Parker, who did Fame, which is one of my favorite movies, and it stars Kate Winslet and the great Kevin Spacey. It's a thriller, kind of a conspiracy movie about a professor who's accused of a murder, and it's up to you as a viewer to figure out whether or not he actually did the murder. So it keeps you on the edge of your seat. Very provocative film, and it's a true popcorn classic. And it was 2 hours and 11 minutes. You would find from Intermedia, Universal, and Saturn Films, and it was rated R. So do see The Life.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. Rio. All right, everybody, welcome to, I don't know, Tim Heidecker's, I can't show this, Tim Heidecker's Tim Heidecker's movie review show, which I didn't get to tell you, we can't use the branding of the show anymore, thanks to the Delgados, and their lychee lawyers are training me of everything, and I don't...
You call it our cinema.
No, we can't. That falls under the umbrella of the corporate structure I've set up. It can't use our cinema. It can't use on cinema. And this is basically this VR is going to be going. We have to thank you, by the way. Max has done an awesome job setting this up. It's been so much fun doing this VR, and everyone loves it. And it is the future. But you know, we had to send the experts units back beyond movie because the Delgados were trying to grab those, and these are through a different plan. So we're gonna use these cameras today, and immediately Max and I are going to go back and send them back to get them back to get our money back. They can't touch it, so they can't get their hands on these. And branding. Anyways, let's hear it from Max, who's really been. Come on over. Why don't you come over and just talk about the experience from your point of view, if you want. Training me of everything. Wherever I don't know. You can honestly, you can stand anywhere. Probably better if you stand over there by Greg.
You can stand over there.
They can't use kick yourself in the middle here. You can't use on cinema, but it's been a treat having you around. But you know, this VR is going to be going. So thanks for all your work on this program and saying this, making the VR a reality. Doing this VR, and everyone loves it. That's the whole deal. So take a seat. Figure out the rest of the day with you. And I'm so sick of this. I'm sick of. I apologized last week. I wasn't feeling well. I went to the doctor. I got some antibiotics. Apparently, I don't know what was going on. I did not. We don't have to get into it, but don't bother with the reogenesis stuff.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands. No, you're right on that. And,
going to the bathroom and not washing your hands.
I'm not saying that was what was going on, but it's
common sense.
The message to Bruce and Catherine Delgado is, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what's. We're gonna finish out this season best we can, and that'll be it. And I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I have zero left. Not just, my tolerance for this is gone. My energy for this is gone. My financial, I'm absolutely tapped out. There's nothing left. I can't take anything. You know, if you want something, you're gonna have to take my fossil off my wrist.
At least you're not in jail.
I'm not in jail. That's something I'm grateful for. But if you want this, I'm not going to give it to you. So you're going to have to rip it off, like Charlton Heston said. You're going to have to rip it out of my cold, dead hands. But I'm done. You know, you win. And I'm not saying that was what was going on. Let's get into the movies. You have anything to add?
I just think that if we'd started the season the right way, which was just to do it in the movie theater like we used to do, that a lot of these problems could have been averted.
Thank you. Any messages for Tim Burton you want to make or anything?
Well, I'm still waiting to hear back from him. Because we're going to have him on the show, but I wouldn't want to have him on the show the way the show is this week. That would be kind of an embarrassment.
Okay. Traffic, director by Dean Taylor. And this is what's sad is I love doing this, you know? And people get a kick out of finding out what movies to watch. I mean,
well, they rely on it. It's not just a kick.
And what's Greg going to do?
I'm going to do Our Cinema, which is something I've been working on for years anyway. So it's going to be very similar, except more movie focused, and we'll review 4 movies per episode.
Well, they don't have 4 movies a week. Luck with that. Directed by.
Well, they do if you do Popcorn Classics, or if you look at older movies.
Did you bring a Popcorn Classic today?
I've got quite a few of them over there, but you said I couldn't do one, so.
You can do it if you want. I don't care. Here, I'll get one for you. Pick one out. Here you go. Training Day. Messages for Tim Burton. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a good one. We're gonna have him on the show. I want to have him on the show the way the show is. This is actually an interesting edition of Training Day in that it has an alternate ending. So you watch the whole thing, you're satisfied or dissatisfied with the ending. They rely on it.
I don't know what I mean.
Continue
what am I
on,
gonna
and you get a
back?
second ending.
What am I gonna like? Just start shopping resumes around?
I don't think you should shop your resume around.
Oh, I'm asking like
Focused.
I mean, I'm out of shots. I took all my shots. I'm out of shots. I got no more bullets left in the chamber. I'm done.
Well, they do if you do
So I
classics or a little bit older.
you know, I don't know where you go from. They're taking everything. They're taking, you know, my creativity, taking my art, and
Well,
I mean, what for what? What are you gonna do? Is that gonna bring his son back? No, it's not bringing him back.
Yeah, but you didn't go to jail, which is what they told you should have, which is water.
Well, I'm gonna have to go to jail if I can't. Listen, I mean, can't afford to turn the lights on. I mean, I literally don't. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. You know. You're frozen the accounts, the credit. I can't do a credit card. I can't get a debit card. It's really pathetic what they're doing. I shouldn't be allowed to do it. I don't know. Have fun.
Traffic, directed by Neon Taylor, starring Paul Patton. He filed with a couple off a romantic weekend in the mountains, accosted by a fight. Alone in the mountains, Brea and John must defend themselves against the gang and stop them from finding secrets. This is kind of,
It's not bringing him back.
I guess you'd say, a modern twist on the old Easy Rider. But in Easy Rider, the motorcycle
I
gang
didn't
were
drive it
heroes.
myself. All right, let's
And
go.
in this,
Take
they're
the camera.
monsters, and
We're going. We're done.
It's kind of a
We're done.
horror movie in a sense, in that the bikers are terrorizing this couple. And I thought it was really scary. I don't know why they misspelled traffic in the title. I guess that's maybe to separate it from a different movie that was already called Traffic with a C. But I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe a little thing of mace, so in case you want to spray. If you get attacked by bikers, you could use that to ward them off.
Finish it. We'll see what's up. You do the thing where you go to the VFA. No, yours is still running. Just if you want to go to the one with if you want to go to the do your VFA report on location, you can do that. I just gotta get out of here.
Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema VFA update. This is the segment. Keep the viewers informed about the current status of the VFA. The good news is we have secured regular funding for the VFA, so the rent is paid. We're going to look for more acquisitions. I can show you some of the recent acquisitions that I got just in the last couple days. Some replacing movies that used to be in the VFA that were destroyed, and some are movies that we've never had as part of the VFA in the past. They've been part of the collection. We've got a situation coming up soon, partnering with 2 local universities to do screenings of VFA popcorn classics on the campus of these universities. We're talking to one about a possible Humphrey Bogart festival and another about a mixed festival, just different movies, gems from the VFA. So that's all happening as well. We continue to need further donations from all of you. If you've got movies that you want to acquire on our behalf, please do so and get them to us as soon as possible so that we can properly catalog them and get them into the system. The system will be available online so that you can go through the archives, not to watch the movies, but just to see the titles, the cast, and the codes. That's all going to be online within the next couple of months. Anyway, VFA is thriving and without Tim Heidecker's involvement, and that's probably a good thing. Back to you, Tim.
So, yeah, we'll be back next week.
The following program has been made possible by the Delgado Fund.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema. Me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to On Cinema at the Cinema. My name is Tim Heidecker, and we are back to review movies and provide expertise and have a lot of fun doing it at the same time. So excited to be back. I'm going to explain what's going on in a moment. First, let me introduce our two guests today.
Next week.
We have with us one of my oldest best friends, Joe Estevez. Joe Estevez, President Jason Davidson. And also with me is Greg Turkington,
Hey guys.
Film Archive and an expert of movies
And Master Codebreaker in the Decker series.
well.
Worked with Joe on the Decker series quite a bit.
I don't even know where to begin with. I should just begin at the beginning. First of all, we're in this. Okay, that says a lot. Last week, we were kind of, in a lot of ways, standing at the precipice of this black hole that's about to fall. It's the end of last week, the taping last week. And Joe, you know the story, so bear with me. I left here with Max. We drove down to the Best Buy. We returned the VR stuff, got the money back. I left $400 back. Went and had a meal because I was very hungry. I hadn't eaten all day, and you could tell my blood levels, my blood sugar was low. And I drove out onto the 6th Street Bridge, which everybody here knows in LA. The bridge that goes over.
It's in a lot of movies.
Yes, it's in a lot of movies. And I pulled over, I got out of the car, and I stepped up, and I really was there at that place where I thought, this is it. I mean, I'm tapped out. I said it last week, I am tapped out. Called Joe, he didn't pick up. Stood there for about 40 minutes. Couldn't believe I was at this place where I was really going to do it. And what was keeping me from doing it? And I kept moving forward, stepping back. It was very difficult. I left here with Max. We drove down to the Best Buy. And then I realized, I said, I got one card to play. Because I knew something. I had some information that the Delgados, we're working on this case with none other than Mark Dwyer, who I briefly worked with on my defense. Mark and I have issues, and we are not always seeing eye to eye on everything, but I decided to throw all my chips in. I called Mark. I said, Mark, I'm in big trouble. He says, I know. I said, Mark, I'm standing here at the 6th Street Bridge. I'm ready to jump. Now, what good does that do to you and the Delgados? I said it last week. Dwyer tapped out. The Delgados are sitting on a gold mine. They have Dakar. They have DKR. They have Decker. They have other properties. They've got On Cinema at the Cinema. They have OCX. And it's not generating a dime for them, especially if I'm down at the bottom of the LA River. And
The car never generated money for anyone.
watch it. One card to play. Because I said something. Mark, that's some information. I'm giving you an hour to figure this out. Working, or I'm just. Either you make a deal with the Delgados that lets me earn for them and do this show the right way so that it can make money and I can do what I do best, which is hosting this show the right way, or I jump. Mark called me back in an hour. Called me back at 9 o'clock. He said, I'll make some calls. Let me talk to the Delgados. I said it last week. Dwyer tapped out. The Delgados, 8:45. Nothing. 8:50. Have Decker. No call. They have place for other properties. They got On Cinema. 8:56. The phone rings. And it's Mark Dwyer. And he says, down at the bottom of the alley, you must have an angel looking out for you. I got chills. I said, what's going on? What's the deal? He says, they're going to give you 30 days to do what you do, and they're going to be watching, right? I said, saved my life. Mark, I'm going to make the best show possible. We're going to do what we do best. We're going to have guests like Joe Estevez here. Thank you, Joe, for doing the show.
Appreciate it.
We're going to have experts like Greg Turkington here on the show. And we are going to talk about movies, and we're going to give expert advice about what to see, what not to see. Right? What's going on with that? What do you
yeah, Greg gave me this. You know, it's like movie titles. You know,
Get rid of it. Get rid of it. I don't want it on the set. Get rid of it. Come on, we're not doing hats on the show, okay? We're not doing hats on the show. We're here to talk about movies. You want to talk about movies? So, folks, this is my last shot. And I'm honored to be able to do the show today. And I thank the Delgados, and I thank Mark Dwyer for giving me this shot. Okay? Now, will you guys who have been with me through everything step up to the plate and do what you do best? Thank you very much. And you are here to save the day because you know everything. I don't know anybody that knows more about movies than him. And this is a movie star. And this guy's been in how many movies? 300 movies. And TV star too.
Let's review movies.
All right, let's review movies.
Let's do 3 per episode and show the Delgados that we really have something here.
Well, there's one movie today, unfortunately. The Avengers, starring Chris Pratt, Zoe Saldana, Chris Hemsworth, Brahms, Joel from the show. We're here to talk. Josh Brolin. Talk about the Avengers and this.
James Brolin.
That's right. Thank you very much. The Avengers and their allies must be willing to sacrifice. Sound familiar? It's all in an attempt to defeat the powerful Thanos before his blitz of devastation and ruin puts an end to the universe. So this is. I love this movie. I love Marvel movies, superheroes, Superman. And I love this movie. I think it's one of the best movies of the summer. It will be one of the best movies of the year. And we are so excited to watch The Avengers starring Chris Pratt. And this is a great movie, don't you think, Greg? 5 bags of popcorn for me. And check out The Avengers.
I loved it, but I've always been a little bit, I don't know. I think it was a mistake for Marvel to call it The Avengers when there was already another series called The Avengers with Uma Thurman and this sort of thing. You can't just take somebody else's name. I think it's confusing to moviegoers. But whatever the reason for walking into the theater, whether it's because they want to see a continuation of the 1998 Avengers with Uma Thurman or because they want to see a superhero movie, they're going to leave happy. This is one of the best action, adventure, superhero movies of all time. It's not Ant-Man, but it's damn close, and I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn along with maybe an Ant-Man DVD that I would collect some residuals on.
Joe, did you have any thoughts on the Ant-Man movie?
Well, the Ant-Man movie.
The Infinity War?
Well, I haven't seen
anything, Greg? Okay. Popcorn for me. And check out The Avengers.
Joe, do you like these kind of movies in general, superhero movies?
Well, you know, I'm a little late to the table on that. You know, I think the audience today now the plot line doesn't count as much as the wrecked cars, but you know.
I think it's confusing. You don't like the Fast and the Furious series.
Well, you know, I tell you, in spite of myself, I kind of do. You know,
well, there's good acting in that too, but that's a good thing where it's all there. You've got the cars, you got the acting, you got the writing, you got some CGI, not a lot of it, but some superhero movies of all time, and that's a great series. Damn close, and the Fate of the Furious with Scott Eastwood we talked about a couple episodes back. Watching DVD that I some residual.
That's all we have time for. Thank you very much, Ant-Man, for watching. And
we were going to do one of my segments that I had prepared for this episode.
Yes, go ahead.
On Cinema on Location. I think you guys are going to like this one.
Hollywood, California. Every street has a story, and these are but just a few on Cinema on Location.
the audience.
Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema. We are at the filming location of the movie Father of the Bride, the popcorn classic starring Steve Martin. This is the very supermarket where the famous hot dog bun scene takes place, where Steve Martin asks the manager, quite irately, why he has to buy a package of 12 hot dog buns when hot dogs are sold in packs of 8. This is where it was filmed. Let's go inside. Well, it looks like the movie made a difference because you can see here these hot dog buns are now sold in packages of 8. So if the movie were made today, Steve would have very little to complain about because indeed they do now sell the hot dogs in packages of 8. Back to you, Tim.
Street has a story, but just a few on cinema, on location.
Hey guys,
Yes.
Greg Turkington.
Thank you for that. Interesting. Yes. We'll be back next week, and thanks so much for being here, guys.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah,
Thanks for inviting me.
interesting stuff. Thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be back.
I thought that was good.
Really good. Yeah. Should have done more movies though. More of these.
Yeah, you should see some of these movies.
Get out.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, let me know. Good to see you guys.
Let's go inside. Well, it looks like the movie made a difference because you can see here these hot dog buns are now sold.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema. Me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Heidecker, and this is On Cinema at the Cinema. Thank you for joining us as we talk about the new movies coming to theaters near you. Give you the inside scoop on what to see and what to not see. All right. I'm with my guest is Greg Turkington.
Co-host Greg Turkington. Hey guys, good to see you and good to be back on yet another exciting episode of Movie Expertise provided the way you like it, honestly.
You cannot
And let's just get a lot of news coming, a lot of news happening with the show. Last week was a big success. We're back and we ratings are up. Proved that the show is sort of essential, I think, to the public.
come round your house, we will kill you by,
which it has been.
you know, feeding you too much Twiglets.
You can take over if you want to explain what's
That
going
is
on.
how you will die.
Well, this is strange. I got a call. You know about it, but I got a call out of the blue.
That's what gamers
After
do.
the last episode
Download
from
things
Mark
on
Dwyer.
YouTube, do an MP3, put as a Prime.
And he wanted to talk to me about kind of an interesting proposal.
so I guess Bob said that
Speakerphone
I'm gonna be on
with
this
Delgado, and the two of them said that the Delgados want this show to continue. They see it as a possible
very dear to my heart.
stream for them. They've set up a company called Delgado
YouTube to
Media Holdings,
MP3.
DMH, and
What a world of
they needed
difference that you
somebody
have
to
made to me.
kind of supervise and produce
YouTube to
the show and make
MP3.
sure that quality is still there.
Something that I've been doing, by the way, with the show.
Right, but they have some
10 years
issues with you, so what happened. I mean, okay.
Cutting tracks
It's like,
like
They
this.
feel that you're responsible for their son's death, so they, you know.
I can't do anything. I can't say anything right. I'm not allowed to. So go ahead.
Well, I think the offer that they made to me is very generous as far as you're concerned, which is that they kind of let you keep doing the show with me. We're going to do business as usual. They're going to give me a little bit more control in terms of how many movies get reviewed, how many popcorn classics, that sort of thing. And they don't want to hear a lot of negativity about them or their son, who, as I say, they feel that you were responsible for his death. So, so I think this is a good opportunity to kind of reboot this series and make it more movie-centric, which, Delgado's aside, is what I think this show has needed for a long, long time. And I think that the ratings and the audience approval will reflect that in a hurry. And so,
okay, well, that's enough on that.
Okay, well,
That's the story.
It's win-win for everybody.
Sure. Win-win for everybody. Okay.
I'm not. Hey, did I say, oh, you're no longer the host?
No, you've made me a generous offer, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And you'll be doing just what you always do, and you've always been great at it. It's just that we'll have less of some of the extraneous topics. And,
well, we'll go where the show goes.
You know, that's phony.
I think you should be clear about something.
Vitamin junk.
Well, that sponsorship is not happening anymore.
Well, yeah.
We should be clear about something,
very
though.
sick from that stuff.
We are going to go where the show goes.
Right. Well, the show's going to go to 3 that you were new movie reviews each week. 2 popcorn classics. One of the big changes that I proposed to Bruce Delgado, and again, he said, I don't need more. You don't need my approval for this stuff. You've been on this show for years. You know how it best works. I said, I think what we should do is have 2 popcorn classics per episode. I do one, and Tim does one.
That's what we're doing.
And he said, I don't know anything about that, but if that's what you want, that sounds good to me. So that's what we're going to do, everybody.
Sure. Very good. Win-win. So that's the news. Greg's in charge. What are you, the managing director of Delgado Media Holding Company?
That's right.
Give me a generous offer. Congratulations.
But we're still co-hosts like we always have been, and that hasn't changed. We'll have less of and I don't think there's any reason for you to feel bad about any of this. It's going to be business as usual, except business is going to be better than something. Vitamin. It's going to be fun.
Yep. Well, happening anymore.
No
not
more
exactly the way I
DKR and DKR and all that. That's one thing where I was going to put my foot down.
Go to 3.
Your new movie reviews.
Done? Can I do my job now?
Yeah. 2 popcorn classics.
Life of the Party.
Big changes.
Directed by Ben Falcon, starring the great Melissa McCarthy, Julie Bowen, Jill Gilligan Jacobs, and Maya Rudolph.
I do one, and Tim does.
When her husband suddenly dumps her, dedicated housewife Deanna goes back to college, plunging headlong into campus experience. Deanna embraces freedom, fun, and frat boys on her own terms. This was a Melissa McCarthy comedy vehicle, a very funny one at that, and I think she's, again, proving herself to be sort of the John Belushi of the female gender.
I don't think there's any reason for you to feel bad about it.
Outrageously.
But does she sing? Because John Belushi, of course, was with the Blues Brothers. And, it started out as kind of a fun thing and ended up having some hit records, too, and a great movie. 2 movies.
I give it 5 bags of popcorn for Life of the Party. Done? Can I do my job?
Life of the Party, I think, definitely 5 bags of popcorn. I'm also going to say that if the Oscars would get with the modern world and have an award for Best Comedy, this would be a shoo-in. If they would get with the modern world and have an award for Best All-Female Cast, this, again, would be the movie to win. And so it's really incumbent on Oscar to get it together. In terms of awards that I would give it every award in the book, and that includes the coveted 5 bags of popcorn.
Very good. Our next movie is Breaking In, directed by James McTeague. Funny one, starring Gabriel Union, Billy Burke, Richard Cabral. A woman fights to protect her family during a home invasion. Basically, a watch-out story. Be careful what you wish for story, I suppose.
I don't think anyone's wishing to have their home broken.
Okay. Yes.
It started out as kind of a fun thing and ended up having some hit records and a great movie. When I first saw the title, I said, oh, good, finally a sequel to Breaking Away, which you might remember from 1979. But it's nothing like that. That was a film about a bicyclist, essentially, a teenage bicyclist, and this is kind of a horror film about they would get with a home invasion, and it's really quite unpleasant at times, but that's kind of what going to the movies is all about, is experiencing different types of things, and some of them can't be fun. That's no reason to dock the score, though, because it's a very well-made movie, and I will give it 5 bags of popcorn.
All right. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be back
Let's do the popcorn classics.
A woman fights to protect her family.
So we've got 2 of them for you today, and this is one of the changes that you'll start to notice as the rest of the season progresses. Popcorn Classics, I think, has been all the cards and letters that I get, and I get a lot of them. This is the issue that people seem to agree on the most, is we need more Popcorn Classics now.
Okay, well, I'll go first. This is Popcorn Classic Mystery Men.
Yeah, Mystery Bicyclist, essentially, teenage bicyclist.
It's basically a spoof of superhero movies with Hank Azaria and Ben Stiller and PG-13, so it had a little bit of risky, did a little bit of cursing in it. It's kind of cool.
What's the running time?
105. It's like 105 minutes.
Hour 45. So it's a good length movie.
Yep. What's yours?
I've got An Eye for an Eye, directed by John Schlesinger, who, of course, you know from Midnight Cowboy, which we've discussed many times on this show. It stars Sally Field, who's got a couple Oscars in her closet, and Kiefer Sutherland, son of Donald Sutherland. So this is a thriller about the search for justice in an unjust world.
Thank you very much.
And 102 minutes, so that would be an hour and 42 minutes.
All right, this is basically a spoof of superhero movies. This isn't working.
And very well reviewed movie.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. PG-13. So
I think it was John Schlesinger's final movie.
Thanks, and we'll be back next week with more movie reviews.
3.
I don't think 2 popcorn classics makes any sense. It's a drag. People don't want to care about how long a movie is.
Let's let the Delgados decide. Directed by John Schlesinger, of course, from Midnight Cowboy. Discussed many times on this show. It stars Sally. It's got a couple Oscars.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema. Me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Lights, camera, action. Welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker, and I'm joined by film guru, film buff, movie expert, Greg Turkington. Greg?
Hey guys, good to be here on my show, On Cinema at the Cinema, where I look at the current movies and give you the expert advice that you need in order to make informed decisions about what you should watch and what you should skip on any given weekend.
And Greg, what do we have to look forward to in the cinemas this week?
Well, there are a couple movies that have come out this week that I think you should know about. One of them is Deadpool 2. Now, if you've seen Deadpool, you know what this one is about. You know that it is a superhero movie with a lot of action and a lot of heart. It stars Ryan Reynolds, Josh Brolin, and Morena Baccarin. Let me just say, if you loved Deadpool and if you kind of left the theater scratching your head saying, what is going to happen next with these characters, now you can find out, as I did. And I found out once, but I'm going to find out again this weekend because I'm going to return and make it Deadpool 2 too. I love this movie. I will give it 5 bags of popcorn, and I'm going to throw in, maybe a gift certificate to buy the first Deadpool movie on VHS tape if they ever release it that way.
Anything else?
Show Dogs, directed by Roger Gosnell, Stanley Tucci, Natasha Lyonne, Will Arnett. Max, a macho, solitary Rottweiler police dog, is ordered to go undercover as a crimped show dog along with his human partner to avert a disaster from happening. So this is a kid's film. It's actually from the director who made the Scooby-Doo movies, if you've seen those. Show Dogs, it sounds almost like Straw Dogs, but of course it's the exact opposite. This is something for kids. It's something you can take the whole family to. Whether you're 6 years old or 66 years old, you're going to love this thing. It's animated, so you will not actually see Natasha Lyonne. So there goes the eye candy. But it's a lot of fun. I think I would give it 5 bags of popcorn, and I would throw in a little, like a decorative dog bowl, maybe, with some of the characters from the movie around the edge. So as your dogs are eating or lapping at the water, they can enjoy these characters and try to see their own home. Directed by Roger Gosnell.
How about any popcorn classics?
Well,
any popcorn classics you can recommend?
I've got 4 of them here actually today. Police dog is ordered to go. The first and possibly the best of the 4 is Next of Kin, starring Patrick Swayze. You might remember his brother Don Swayze from Deckers, like a TV show that we did. Don Swayze was fantastic. Patrick Swayze, of course, is just as good. This is 6 years old, kind of an unofficial sequel to Dirty Dancing and Roadhouse and all the Patrick Swayze movies. It's a mob movie set in Chicago, made by the Warner Brothers. You can always trust those guys. and it is 109 minutes. I do recommend Next of Kin, directed by John Irvin, who also did Raw Deal.
Okay.
And we also have 36 Hours to Die with Treat Williams, and this movie is a treat. Treat Williams in a slick and satisfying thriller that you've got to see to believe. This was directed by Yves Simoneau, and it features none other than Carol O'Connor, is great old actor in one of his final roles as Uncle Jack O'Malley, which is a character you won't soon forget. Again, it's a thriller. There's a very harrowing heart attack scene in this movie, and it involves an embezzlement. And Roadhouse is Canadian made, and it's 95 minutes. So that's just going to be an hour and 35 minutes. So if you have the time, we recommend 36 Hours to Die. Directed over there. And then we've got one of my favorites, The Punisher, starring Tom Jane. Not so many people know who he is, but you all know John Travolta. And if you've seen all the Travolta movies, you may have overlooked this one. This wasn't one of his bigger movies, but it should have been. It's directed by Jonathan Hensley, and it's, again, a movie about war, crime, cruelty, and injustice, the four pillars of any exciting movie. And it is 122 minutes, so that's great. 2 hours and 2 minutes, so do set aside the time. And it is a Marvel movie. So if you love Marvel, if you love Ant-Man, you'll want to see this. It's not one of the more successful Marvel movies, but in a way they're all very successful. And anything with John Travolta is automatically successful in terms of its entertainment value. I give it, I'm not giving it 5 bags. If it's a popcorn classic, it already got 5 bags of popcorn on a previous episode. And finally, 100 kilos. And that's not the weight of my popcorn classic collection, although I do have quite a few. This stars Glenn Plummer, no relation to Glenn Close, and Dwayne Adway, Carlos Carrasco, Crystal Scales, and Tracy Cheryl Jones. It's directed by C.J. Mack, Larry B. Scott, and John Tolsday. Directed by Rod Scott. This is kind of a story about some drug dealers, and they get into some nasty business, and of course there is some bloodshed, as you would expect in a movie that deals with the drug trade, cocaine, crack, but it's revealed that their contacts in the drug trade are actually CIA, and that's where the twist in the movie is. I'm not going to give away how it ends, but it's definitely something to see. 100 kilos is automatically successful.
Thanks, Greg. And now a segment from the Marchives. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome to On Cinema Marchives, a look at some of the video treasures from Mark's archive.
Carlos Carrasco.
Hello, I'm Mark Brooks, 5'11". I'm with Future Hot Shots Talent Agency, and I'm auditioning for the role of Mr. Blackbeard.
Directed by Rod Scott.
Look, Mr. Tolman, we're going to build this shopping district whether you like it or not. There's a lot of money riding on this deal, and I'm not always going to let a nosy guy like you get in the way. It's progress, plain and simple, and progress always wins. Besides, it shouldn't be too hard for you to move your church down the road.
It's definitely something to see.
Maybe a brand new, bigger building. I hear attendance is up.
Thanks, Greg. And now a segment from the...
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting to attend to.
Well, that's our show. Tune in next week for more expertise from our film guru, Greg Turkington. Bye-bye, folks.
Thanks, Tim. Great job.
Mr. Tolman, we're going to build this whether you like it or not. There's a lot. Not always going to be simple.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema. Tim Heidecker. Lights, camera, action. Welcome to On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your announcer, Tim Heidecker, and with me, as always, is the film guru himself, the expert of all things cinema, Mr. Greg Turkington.
Hey guys, thanks Tim. We got a special episode today. We're going to look at one of the new movies that's actually in the news quite a bit, as well as do some popcorn classics.
Great. What's the first movie in store? What's the first movie in store?
Well, this is a controversial one. The movie is Solo, a Star Wars story. You've no doubt heard about this movie. There's a lot of media coverage. People are anticipating its release. I'm going to do something a little unusual, and I think this is really my right to do. As a film expert, sometimes you have to make decisions that go against the grain. I am going to decline to review this movie, and I'm going to tell you why. I think any longtime viewer knows that George Lucas and co. are guilty of theft in taking my master codebreaker character and folding it into the Star Wars world. And I don't know if that character plays into this movie. I'm going to have to assume that he does. But in any case, I'm boycotting the movie until I receive full credit from Mr. Lucas and an invitation to appear in one of the future Star Wars movies. Today so I cannot give it any bags of popcorn. However, I thought what we'd do instead, just to make this kind of a special episode, is do many popcorn classics, which is something people have always wanted, and in the past we've been unable to do it. You've no doubt we're able to do it today. I've got quite a few here, and I've got quite a few over there too. Depending on time, we'll go through them all. Our first popcorn classic today is Double Exposure. This is a personal favorite of mine. It stars Ian Buchanan, who you may not know, and Ron Perlman, who you definitely do know. A possessive husband is consumed by rage when his beautiful wife's infidelity is exposed. So this is a revenge movie. It was released by Prism Entertainment, and it is, in any case, I'm boycotting the movie. 93 minutes. We had one last week that was 93 minutes. That's Lucas and an invitation to an hour and a half. Plus 3 minutes. It's a special so I cannot give it any bags.
Anything else?
However, I thought, no, I guess that's all you need to know on this one. Kind of a special Prism Entertainment. Okay. Many. I don't need the card anymore. It's just something people have always wanted. Blackheart. This stars Christopher Plummer from The Sound of Music, but this is very much unlike The Sound of Music. This is it's about a sexy seductress who cunningly lures the victims with her beauty. Streetwise Ray, played by Richard Gayco, is the muscle who finishes the scams. Together, they're the perfect partners. So it's about con artists and sort of that whole subculture, which is not a good way to live. It was directed by Brock Simpson and stars Fiona Leoe and several others. Running time is 95 minutes. That's just like the last one, but 2 minutes longer. So that would be a good double feature for you. It's sort of impromptu double feature. If you've got 3 hours and 8 minutes, watch those two movies together. And then we've got however, I thought, no, I guess that's all. Stephen Dorff and Wesley Snipes in Blade. 91 minutes. Again, it's always close to 90 minutes with these.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm sorry. This is it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Okay.
You don't have anything to do.
I can't be the host.
Watch the movies anymore.
I'm not the host. I'm not who I am. This is not who I am. Okay?
With her beauty.
Okay, I'm a fighter, and I'm laying down like a dog. A couple weeks ago, I was sitting on the 6th Street Bridge. If I fucking jumped, I'm in hell.
So it's about con artists and sort of that whole subculture, which is not a good way to live.
Fuck this! No, we're done. Okay, and here's the message. Here's the message for Delgados. Okay, I'm done.
Running time is 95 minutes.
I'm done.
Just like the last one, 2 minutes longer. So
you hear me?
Double feature for you.
Your son is in hell, Delgado. That was his choice.
2 movies.
It was all their choice. It had nothing to fucking do with it. I'm clean. My conscience is clean.
No, I guess that's all.
I live free. I'm a free man. I'm germ free. All right. This was my show, and they stole it. And Delgado, you motherfucker, you stole it from me, you piece of shit. And Dwyer, you cunt, can't do it. I'm gonna come for you too, you piece of shit. I can't do this anymore.
And I'm coming for you, Rossetti, where the fuck
fuck you are? I'm coming for you. I'm running for district attorney. You understand me? I'm running for district attorney of San Bernardino County. Why? Because I'm a fighter and I know what that county needs. I already proved myself that I am the best lawyer there's ever. I won that case fair and square, and I am proven in the court of law. Okay? And I'm not going to sit here and be a host for that piece of shit here with his dumb bullshit movies. Okay? I run for Congress. I run for governor. I run for mayor of Victorville. Shut down the fucking Victorville Film Archive. Fuck him. That was his choice. It was their all. Where the fuck is he? Nothing to fucking do with it. I'm clean. My conscience is clean. I live free. I'm a free man. I'm germ free. Let me just. This was my show. Listen, I have every right to be angry. A lot of people get angry, and that's passion. Passion is what this county needs. We need a passionate district attorney who cares about your laws. And you saw me in court. I won the case. What else do you want to know? I want to be your DA, and I hope I have your vote. Why? Because I'll fight harder than anybody out there combined. I already proved myself that I am the best lawyer there's ever. I won that case fair and square, and I am proven in the court of law. Okay? And I'm not going to sit here and be a host for that piece of shit here with his dumb bullshit movies. Okay? I run for Congress. I run for governor. I run for mayor of Victorville. Shut down the Victorville Film Archive. Fuck him. That was his choice. It was their all. Where the fuck is he? Nothing to fucking do with it. I'm clean. My conscience is clean. I live. I'm Tim Heidecker, and I approve this message.
My name is Joe Estevez. You probably know me from the hit TV series Decker, where I play President Jason Davison. But today, I have a message for the good people of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order, along with justice, to the good people of Victorville and Apple Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DAs. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney. People of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order, along with Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DAs. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney. People of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order, along with Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DAs. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order along with even by your ticket. Then hit you for 6 lakh cricket Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order along with even by your ticket. Then hit you for 6 lakh cricket Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order along with even by your ticket. Then hit you for 6 lakh cricket Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to real along with Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom. He'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. This is the chance to get Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA.
Frazier. We spit the most flavor when musically we're a major. We've been blessed and we've been gifted like Jesus in his manger. Won't you shout hallelujah? Here comes the music savior from your heart to your mind, your spirit to your soul. We come to take control with the gorillas on patrol. See our minds possess the powers of a superhero. Supernaturally, we rock the mic with a natural flow. If you didn't know before, you know now. We told you so. Gorillas rock your dome just like the one in Tokyo.
blah 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 blah. I want to blah 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 collect, and in the end it means I blah 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 blah. The end. I got myself together, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I didn't need the preaching, besides blah 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 blah. Collect, don't you get too close, or I'll blah 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 blah. Breaker, stick it up your nose, blah 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 blah. The end. I think I'm going to do it lovely in my head. I try to be a child, got a bit hopeless instead. The world is very sexy, it's my heart trying to relax. I'm looking to the surfing, blah 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 blah. I'm drinking too much, blah 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 blah. But I'm feeling really blah blah, I want to blah 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 collect, and in the end it means I blah 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 blah. The end. I think I'm going to do it lovely in my head. I try to be a child, got a bit hopeless instead. The world is very sexy, it's my heart trying to relax. I'm looking to the surfing, blah 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 blah. I'm thinking too much, blah 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 blah. But I'm feeling really blah blah, I want to blah 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 collect, and in the end it means I blah 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 blah. The end. The world is very sexy, it's my heart trying to relax. I'm looking to the surfing, blah 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 blah. I'm thinking too much, blah 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 blah. But I'm feeling really blah blah, I want to blah 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 collect, and in the end it means I blah 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 blah.
To keep myself tethered to the days I tried to lose. My mama said, slow down, you must make your own shoes. Stop dancing to the music,
Are we the last living souls? 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 How you say? No way. Behave. Sit down. You need to dance. Sing a song. It doesn't sing. It goes. You know. Are we the last living souls? Are we the last living souls? Are we the last to get away to a song, another day? Or do we know
TV screen. I drew a map of Canada, oh Canada. But your face gets done it twice. You're my blood, you're my holy wine. You taste so bitter and so sweet. Oh, I could drink a case of you, darling. I would still be on my feet. Oh, I would still be on my feet. Love was touching souls, but surely you touched mine, cause part of you pours out on me in these lines from time to time. You're my blood, you're my holy wine. You taste so bitter and so sweet. Oh, I could drink a case of you, darling, and I would still be on my feet. Oh, I would still be on my feet. I met a woman, she had a mouth like yours. She knew your life, she knew your devils and your deeds, and she said, go to him, stay with him if you can, but be prepared to bleed. You're my blood, you're my holy wine. You taste so bitter and so sweet. Oh, I could drink a case of you, darling, and I would still be on my feet. Oh, I would still be on my feet. I'm frightened by the devil, I'm drawn to those ones that ain't afraid. I remember the time you told me love was
was 2 years old. I got dog balls. It's only pre-ID for two. Pre-release, man. So what? When that release? Pre-war. It's a serious business to be doing now, you see? It's too exclusive to me, you understand? And this guy's here. Exclusive to import it. Straight from Jam now. Cha, what the song, man? Hey, Frankie. What time, man, you think of that? Let it do for the song, man, yeah? Cha.
junkies must have knocked a hole in your head. You gonna give all this up. 8-track stereo, color TV in every room, and can snort a half a piece of dope every day. It's the American dream, nigga. Well, ain't it? Ain't it? You better come on in, man. How much money we got in here? 300,000. That's 150 each. Got enough to keep your nose open for about a year. I know it's a lot. The only one a man left in his place. That's a stone cold. stereo, color TV in every room, and snort a half a piece of dope every day. It's the American dream, nigga. Well, ain't it? Come on in, man. How much money we got in it? 300,000. That's 150 each. Got enough to keep your nose open for about a year. I know it's a lot. The only one a man doesn't play. That's a stone cold truth. Come on in, man. How much money we got? 300,000. 150 each. Got enough to keep your nose open for about a year. I know it's a lot. Don't know what a man doesn't play. That's a stone cold truth. lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Out the club about 3 to the takeaway. The shit in a tray merchants. Shop's got a special penchant for the disorderly. Geezers looking orderly and a few looking leery. Ships fly round to the sound of the latest chart entry. An incendiary, waiting to blast. No arm with a contest, who can throw the furthest? Behind the counter they look nervous, but carry on cutting the finest cuts of chicken from the big spinning stick. Then overflies a chip, flips, nicks you on the back. You spin round on the attack. Fuck you playing at. He looks like a Cheshire cat, almost falls down. Your frowns and Superman eye gazes don't even register. By now you want to lever this twat, and forever you're gonna regret that. Your choice of path. So mash his head up and your girl's now fed up. But stop to think and it's never gonna be the Jackie Chan scene it could have been to end up. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. So you owe someone money, sobbing scunny. Best pay me, Billy, no worries. 150 on Sunday, but in some way that turns into Wednesday. Then go straight to pay on a hazy evening in the local bar cafe. What a way, what a way. Just to recap for those at the back, this is everyday tit for tat. You owe your dealer and can't pay back fee. Suddenly he's the baddie, so you tell your mates you can have him anyway. To look geese, but he's a shady fuck. Beam a free series, lock, stock and 2 fat fucks backing him up. Can't convey enough of his desire for the paper stuff. In a blunt fashion, Billy's angry with a passion. So please just accept it ain't happening and go back to your runnings. Cause you might get yourself in trouble one of these days. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Get hold of this bird after pub closing hours. Would you go like this? No, don't think so somehow. In the winter showers, but she'll never know and your face will never show shit. This is how goes it. Besides, she was well fit. And who could resist? Move up to the next place. Smooth clubs, flex, bass, beats and your best mates. All down. Nice sounds, smelling off ice rounds. MCs clowning, brew boys frowning. Everything's sweet, everything's tucked in. Around here we're all downing. But all of a sudden though, just through the smoke, is your bird laughing and joking with a bloke. Ain't just that either. As she moves closer, initiating what looks like their lovers. He's tonguing her. All rage sweeps up through your torso. You're more so ready to go over and show him who's man. Football fan style. Leave it in the can for a while, cause even as they smile, he's still got choices. Don't listen to them voices. At the end of the day, you may just to cause this. To leave the forces. Blunt geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Get hold of this bird after pub closing hours. Would you go like this? No, don't think so somehow. In the winter showers, but she'll never know and your face will never show shit. This is how goes it. Besides, she was well fit. And who could resist? Move up to the next place. Smooth clubs, flex, bass, beats and your best mates. All down. Nice sounds, smelling off ice rounds. MCs clowning, brew boys frowning. Everything's sweet, everything's tucked in. Around here we're all downing. But all of a sudden though, just through the smoke, is your bird laughing and joking with a bloke. Ain't just that either. As she moves closer, initiating what looks like their lovers. He's tonguing her. All rage sweeps up through your torso. You're more so ready to go over and show him who's man. Football fan style. Leave it in the can for a while, cause even as they smile, he's still got choices. Don't listen to them voices. At the end of the day, you may just to cause this. To leave the forces. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide them this, they incite violence. Common sense, simple common sense. Turn left up the street, nothing but grey concrete and dead beats. Grab something to eat, Mackie D's or KFC. Only one choice in the city. Dumb voice in my pity, now let's get to the nitty gritty. Tune reminds me of my first D. Like unique, still 16 and feeling horny. Point to the sky, feel free. See a people all equal, smiles in front and behind me. Swim in the deep blue sea, cornfield sway lazily. All smiles, all easy. Where you from, what's you on and what's your story? Mesmerising tones, rising pianos, this is my zone, so stop cloning. Pick paper, scissors or stone. Cause me and you are the same. Known you all my life, I don't know your name. The name's European Bob, sorted. Anyway, have a dance now, see you later. Pleased to meet you, likewise, a pleasure.
We were just in a era home. We went on and on.
You all smile, you all sing.
We become heroes in the starlight.
You all sing, sing.
We were just in a era home. We went on and on.
You all smile, you all sing.
We become heroes in the starlight.
You all sing. The night slowly fades and goes slow motion. All the commotion becomes floating emotions. Same piano loops over. Arms wave, eyes roll back and jaws fall open. Seeing soft focus. Chatting to this bloke in the toilets. Dizzy new heights, blinded by the lights. These people are for life. It's all back to his place at the end of the night. Yo, they could settle wars with this. If only they will. Imagine the world's leaders on pills. Then imagine the morning after. Wars causing disaster. Don't talk to me, I don't know ya. But this ain't tomorrow, for now I still love ya. Hours fly over. Sail round, diamonds and pearls. Never seen so many fit girls. Discover new worlds. Look at my watch, can't focus. like the toilets. Big beefy bouncers out to reveal us. Geezers on ease and first timers, kids on whiz, darlings on Charlie. All come together for this party. All races, many faces from places you never heard of. Where you from, what's your name and what you want. Sing to the words, flex to the fat ones. The tribal drums, sun's rising. We all smile, we all sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. Then the girl in the cafe taps me on the shoulder. I realise 5 years went by and I'm older. Memories smoulder, winter's colder, but that same piano loops over and over and over. The road shines and the rain washes away. Same Chinese takeaway selling shit in a tray. It's dark all round, I walk down. Same sights, same sounds, new beats though. Solid concrete under my feet, no surprises, no treats. The world stands still as my mind sloshes round. The washing up bowl in my crown. My life's been up and down since I walked from that crowd. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. Out of respect for Johnny Walker, Paul Oakenfold, Nicky Holloway, Danny Rampling, and all the people who gave us these times. And to the government I stick my middle finger up with regards to the criminal justice bill. For all the heroes I met along the way. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. Solid concrete under my feet, no surprises, no treats. The world stands still as my mind sloshes round. The washing up bowl in my crown. My life's been up and down since I walked from that crowd. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. Out of respect for Johnny Walker, Paul Oakenfold, Nicky Holloway, Danny Rampling, and all the people who gave us these times. And to the government I stick my middle finger up with regards to the criminal justice bill. For all the heroes I met along the way. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all sing, we all sing, sing. We all smile, we all sing. We all sing, sing, sing. Solid concrete under my feet, surprises, no treats. The world stands still as my mind sloshes round. The washing up bowl in my crown. My life's been up and down since I walked from that crowd. I'ma fuck your hoe, I'ma fuck your hoe, I'ma fuck your hoe, I'ma fuck your hoe. Do, 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 do. I'ma hit the hoe, I'ma ride a foe, I'ma hit the, I'ma fuck the hoe, I'ma blow this dro, I'ma do I'ma do the most, I'ma fuck the, I'ma ride up, I'ma fuck, I'ma do this, I'm bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god, came in the bitch. You already know, came through foe, came through me, came through C. The bitches want me, the bitches won't be. I got the hoe, I got the mo, I got the roll, I got the dough, I got the fee, I got the 3, I got the me, I got the C. Fuck with me, hoe ride me, bitch love me, them bitches love Lil B. Ask me about me, ask me about B. Suck my dick, bitch. I'ma ride up, I'ma come in. Fucking with you. Call me Saya, call me Saya, call me Saya, call me Saya. I'ma tell you this, riding in my whip. Call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god. I'ma ride up with 50 in the truck, 30,000 clips in the back loaded up. Ask me what's up, shotgun bust, 4 5s bust. Everybody, we be coming through, we be coming up. I'ma come up on Lexus truck. I'ma come up on four-wheeler trailer. I'ma come up on fire right up. Kiss my ass. Damn, swag. Bass good. I'ma tell you this, riding in my whip. Call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god, call me bass god. I'ma ride up with 50 in the truck, 30,000 clips in the back loaded. Yeah, green flame, I'ma tell you like, still in the hood, driving through every day like, man, this shit just crazy, man. I can't believe this shit. This shit hurts your heart when your mom get evicted, but I keep my head up, my game is never restricted. Niggas said I threw salt when he took that loss, but I'ma tell you like this, bitch, I never been shifted. Riding that new presidential is shifting, man, I ride them old whips, that sick shit. I'ma tell you like this, niggas was rocking on 6th Street, talking to the people, man, the rest was history. My life is crazy, homeless people giving me peach coffee. Charlie, thank you for Charlie, never forget, I see you real early, giving me some game. Niggas was rocking too early, bus rides, meet niggas in the back like, bro, what you doing, shit, I'm trying to get straight like grown ass men, but we only 14 and 15 and 16, that's the crazy thing. Niggas coming out with weird dreams, want us to be a doctor, but the streets change everything. I'ma go to college and be a neurosurgeon. Fuck with me, I'm a bruiser and I try to save ya. I'm a Oakland Raider and a Frisco 49er. Dope in the, that's why your boy got recliners. People watching on the block, man, every hour. Niggas on the, man, they follow. Same crackers playing games like it's no tomorrow. Riding with the chop out here looking Zorro. Black mask, black shit, everything awkward. Living life like a movie, not shotters. Niggas talk about the Players Club, fuck them. I ain't talking about this shit, man, to ball. Nigga playing 20 stacks for the head tomorrow. I'ma come with that metal like Dave Navarro. What you wanna do, man? Shit on my back. People getting wrapped up and chased off the map. I'ma tell you like this, I want no money from it. I'ma dumb out on these pussy ass, bitch ass niggas, man. I'ma tell you like, man, these niggas can't fuck with me, man. We back on that shit, man. We back on that shit. I'ma tell you like this, man. Niggas don't got a choice but to fuck with me, so I'm like, man, fuck these niggas, man, to the core, bro. I'ma tell you like this, man. I'm back on my other shit, green flame other. You know, yeah. Yeah, the back to the home, niggas. Everything, I'ma go to college and be a neurosurgeon. Fuck with me, I'm a bruiser and I try to save ya. I'm a Oakland Raider and a Frisco 49er. Dope in the, that's why your boy got recliners. People block, man, every hour. Niggas on the, man, they follow. Same crackers playing games like it's no tomorrow. Riding with the chop out here looking Zorro. Black mask, black shit, everything awkward. Living life like a movie, not shotters. Niggas talking about the Players Club, fuck them. I ain't talking about this shit, man, to ball. Nigga playing 20 stacks for the head tomorrow. I'ma come with that metal like Dave Navarro. What you wanna do, man? Shit on my back. People getting wrapped up and chased off the map. I'ma tell you like this, I want no money from it.
Okay.
I'ma dumb out on these pussy ass, bitch ass niggas, man. I'ma tell you like, man, these niggas can't fuck with me, man. We back on that shit, man. We back on that shit. I'ma tell you like this, man.
Okay, Creeper, Volume 1, Trim, rolling deep, deeper. We have a bomb squad talk. Yo, yeah, we're moving along, moving the road. Parting for the party, yo, gonna juice on it on. Vice juice on it on. Trim, listen, let's get it over, we'll swing. Okay, it's Trim, never wanna trim, never gonna trim, never on a trim, and I've always got a gym or came roll. And some chicks I don't give no rolls, but I keep it real like beds and plays, low take those. Anyway, test get frozen, the positional pose they chose, and it's try to trim. Proud of my gym, I'm an origin, if you ain't won't win yet. Taliban flow deep, I'm a damage man. Make beef on the Galabans, no beef cause I'll cabbage man, see, I will bag his clan, show teeth, I'm a Jackie Bang. Jim's Taliban, don't care about the man, I'm all out of England, I got 2 hands on my hands, I spit, grab my fans, I'm not having a gram to understand, you don't understand fully. My playground and I play the bully. I creep up in the hoodie, leave holes in your woolly, and your girls loony. Test Trim, how could he? You crumble like cookie. Wanna play, we'll take it to the bookie, you'll get slew like no looky looky. Yeah, Taliban, but call me Trim, I say Taliban, cause I'm a skinny thing and I'm riding puss in the door, big size man, Trim like a corner of the I'm rhyming. Look forward to water you trying, when my cruise at the door, no fans is a hype. I can be a quiet thing, no time to writing, flows back me dieting. No lyrics with lining, Trim, lining, ironing, any crew, trying to ting. Soon I'll be buying a ting, but for now I'm relying on him. No beef, just trying to ting. New leaf, just trying to bling. No deep, not trying to got beef, trying to sing. Yes, we're trying to win, it's Trim. Not scared of no one will swing, no, I'm not scared to throw tons, don't think. Never the Trim is a jump. Are you think, but I can get a pump. Not a hero, can get jumped, not a zero, won't have none. One weirdos and anyone else that comes along. Usually I'm in the wrong, but don't get me wrong, I've been here for long. Get lean like wrong, the longer right lyrics, rap songs, and I'll be on you if you put a foot wrong. I suffer with him song, y'all come up all night long. And I know foreigners that need one, come around like couriers, give your face a tone. Trim's coming, better be on your toes, the flows I compose, decompose, those wanna be bros. The spotters real goes, I feel some ill flows, but I know roads are as root as stage shows. Trim hit on the nose, I suppose, it's case closed. Typical hoes in the clothes, physical blows to your nose. Who wants those? Write my own flows, don't flow flows or remix flows. Make my own flows, some take remix and make flows. Feel big, I don't set the tape. That's not good, it makes your flow bully. Can't copy me cause I'm noob. Understood it should be cause I can't be safe, I'm a lumber within your face. You don't have to be off the juice shit. Trim, Solution. Alright, my name's Trim, watch out, this rave, we're in for exit door. So let me buy you a drink and explain what we need to exit for. I'm yours. Yo, you can be mine, I'm not looking for a wife. I got the time if you got the chest and behind. I'm blessed with a couple inches under 9. Every is my sign. Love lines, buff up on, I don't mind. Big, meaty pies, I'm beefy pussy like 3 pie. I'm not eating guys pie. Switch out excited time, so I write in a straight line to express my vibe. Taliban skinny niggas ride, I'm thinking along those lines. Feel my heart to be off the juice trim. We can be broke if you start moving. If your man was used to lose him. Need a good excuse and juice trim. Don't have to be off the juice trim. Can be broke if you start moving. If your man was used to lose him. And in my district, you'll get your wig split, ribs kicked, and your lips ripped off. I wouldn't risk it for a biscuit, leave your eyes like quick fit, naked with lipstick. Get fed to prick stick, feel slick, get sticks and your prick gets it. My flow's crystalistic and plastic, this get a hit quick. In my bitch, you get your lips split, whip bricks, and your dick kicked off. I wouldn't try to watch out, bust up, leave you looking like cycles, folk pies and high top. Hot rods and eyes that I drop, pop stocks and guys that try work, get local dialogue. Get ball like why not? Kick off those like not with no gloves. Try to gun, mum, suck yours. Fuck you, your bum, chums and bros. I don't just run gums, I bore. Punch your lips, lungs and more. I kick kids, mums and doors. Fuck clips, friends and hordes. Produce some moving. If your man was used to lose him. Need a good excuse and juice trim. Don't have to be off the juice trim. You can be broke if you start moving. If your man was used to lose him. Alright, my name's Trim, watch out, this rave, we're in for exit door. So let me buy you a drink and explain what we need to exit for. I'm yours. Yo, you can be mine, I'm not looking for a wife. I got the time if you got the chest and behind. I'm blessed with a couple inches under 9. Every is my sign. Love lines, buff up on, I don't mind. Big, meaty pies, I'm beefy pussy like 3 pie. I'm not eating guys pie. Switch out excited time, so I write in a straight line to express my vibe. Taliban skinny niggas ride, I'm thinking along those lines. Feel my heart to be off the juice trim. We can be broke if you start moving. If your man was used to lose him. Need a good excuse and juice trim. Don't have to be off the juice trim. Can be broke if you start moving. If your man was used to lose him. And in my district, you'll get your wig split, ribs kicked, and your lips ripped off.
Alright, now let's be real. Right now, strategy, don't be fooled. I'm ending careers right now. I'm ending careers right now. You're mad. SNIPER, don't know why you wanna be like that. SNIPER, don't know why you wanna be like that. SNIPER, don't know why you wanna be like that. SNIPER, don't know why. You wanna aim at me, pussy, you'll have a go. You're honest, you very kind of low. You're a team man, this man on the low. Don't need all to the whole asshole. Fuck your best friend, or your boyfriend. You're a fighting man to the end. You can't pretend, try to defend your pride. End of the day, you're on a batty man vibe. Watch the way out the lead snapper. It looks big about the street snapper. Fighting man, face of the street fighter. If you like, give a next one a feet. But you fuck with, that can't be right either. Listen, you're fucking with the wrong geezer. Send some names to your yard with a heater. Slow writer, tight snapper. If it's spraying remix, B-U-N. That shit sound like M-U-M. Smack rapper off a C-A-N. Snapper ain't got one F-A-N. Just stop thinking my B-U-M. Cause there is a lyric, she get B-U-N. The batty man, P-R-P-A-N. The batty man, P-R-P-A-N. S-N-I-P-E-R. C-A-Y, we don't know why you wanna be like that. S-N-I-P-E-R. C-A-Y, we don't know why you wanna be like that. S-N-I-P-E-R. C-A-Y, we don't know why you wanna be like that. S-N-I-P-E-R. C-A-Y, we don't know why you wanna be like that. Your flow is like, your flow is like, your flow is like, you flow is like, on that flow is like, on that flow is like, on that flow is like, you that flow is like, don't chat shit like, on that shit like, oh, this is like, oh, this is like, burn up your chat, on my flow is like, on my flow, I don't think my flow is like, these days are tongue ring, no way, that can only mean one thing, like snipers on licking bum ring, or cock tip, and that's no shit, so keep shot, you will get moved up, I cook pitbull and you will get chewed up, now you're cruise up, and you're whack like gut, you get gripped up, and you get deep up, smoke weed, chill out, I'll make you bleed, blood spill out, I'll make you see blood, I'll take you through that, you never go and take a bill out, and you're with the figure me and you spun out, and I see you figure me and you're gonna, you knock me, no man, you bring one out, I bring two out, I take your whole crew out, six out, pull the blicks out, pull it rips out, pull it clips out, when it runs out, I pull the clips out, I put the clips in, keep on that thing, it's like 4-5 caliber, looking for sniper, better in your barrel stop, looking for a shot, make on my calendar, you want a challenge up, what's the challenge up, living in the sticks, you're a village up, never knew a big so they didn't now I'm here, now I'm like killing up, nobody else is spitting up, except for that brain over there, they sniper, but we'll call him chichi, slow shit, some big nose, prick from the pit, sniper is chichi, chichi's bummely, honestly, bummely's got a rubber good rabbit seed, they live in Bali mode, English but spitting a yardy flow, yeah it's good to go, got a ring in the nose, always linging with bros, wearing dingy clothes, try singing flows like Mario, anyway this is the scenario, scratching my bro, stop, chatting slow, or catch, hold in your tank, stop, you're a wank, walk, fuck off, forget, chucked off bearing, fair hair trim, all our cool bums squad to test skin, fuck squaring, I'll rip out your eyebrow ring, you see me king, you see me? Listen. Snapper, he gives head, see me? Snapper, he gives head, see me? You're a T-man, I'm a T-man, let's just keep it like that. You smoke B-man, I smoke weed-man, let's just keep it like that. You don't like me, I don't like you, let's just keep it like that. Have you got 2-2, I got the 4-5, let's just keep it like that. Hang on, Snapper don't know me from Adam, coming up here with his man and picking his on. He's got no wit, he's got ham on, everything that he's a killer, Cameron. Well, I'm thinking of Saddam, you're a bad man, remember this, I've got the leather fish, and when I sing I never miss the piss off, because the sticks off with Veronica. Snapper is chichi, chichi's bummely, honestly, bummely's got a rubber good rabbit seed, they live in Bali mode, English but spitting a yardy flow, yeah it's good to go, got a ring in the nose, always linging with bros, wearing dingy clothes, try singing flows like Mario, anyway this is the scenario, scratching my bro, stop, chatting slow, or catch, hold in your tank, stop, you're a wank, walk, fuck off, forget, chucked off bearing, fair hair trim, all our cool bums squad to test skin, fuck squaring, I'll rip out your eyebrow ring.
Yo, I'm not scared, no way, nah. Scared of no one. We'll swing I'm not scared to throw tums. I'm not scared of the boogeyman, I'm scared of the boogeyman. Lights off like where's the boogeyman? I sleep with the gym jams, I'm trim band. I sleep with a knife in the right hand, Zuger in the left, gas in the night, boogers. Caution the other creps, I don't mind the sex. Buy your flesh, tie your wife up a mesh. You've heard the rest, words are less, action's more. But beef don't make you roll, it's money. And roll deep on beats you ain't heard before. So to act funny, and walk on beats you ain't seen before. They speak in body language, a couple knuckle sandwiches. They're stand for it, and if it's yours, stand your ground for it. If you ain't, put your hands up and bite your lip. Your life don't tax it, face don't act it. Find out where your sack sits and jack it. We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah, the boogeyman. We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah.
MCs are scared of me, just like little Zane was scared of the boogeyman. Now I'm turned into the boogeyman. You're frightened, you look stupid, man. And I bust my thoughts and time and Dino, yeah, Dino, you're boogeyman. Now let me get back to the boogeyman. Man, they need to start shooting, man. Yeah, I'm the boogeyman, let me show you, man. Get up, my frozen hand. Top, look, don't build our shoulder, man. See some bomb, look much older, man. Hold boogeyman, you get blasted, you're out there, yeah. Get up in your ass and my hose, man. Pop, 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 shoulder, man. Do again, do again, do again. You draw me up like you should have been. Flip it up on the floor, make you with a dip. We come at me, that's your boss, yeah. My gun, mine, let me charge it, my gun, boss, hard, more step, many men. So that's another, I get from that thing. You know when I feel from none of them. Check boy, none of them. Good job, what's
We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah, but we're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman,
Yo, boy, I'm a bad boy, not a goody goody man. I'll face the boogeyman, black night hoodie man. Might come across woolly man, watch me, I play with my life. I'm a street kid bully man. I'm not scared of brave with long hair. There's one brave with long hair, he lives here. The other brave with long hair, bring him. I'll break your front down and bring the spirits in. I'm spiritual, my style is too heavy. The boogeyman, he won't ever be ready. I go against odds, I'm famous man Nelly. Ties on my car, they're Pirelli. I used to sell smelly. Wars on the road, I've had many. Go to JTS and see Freddy. Cut my double plates, make sure I'm ready. F the boogeyman, cause I know he ain't ready.
we're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah, the boogeyman. We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah.
I'm not scared of the boogeyman, but I touch my bet the boogeyman. Boogeyman got details on the map like Digimon. The boogeyman can't scare me, how can you man? 24 no longer a little man, I wanted a little man. Got a girl, she ever tell me that she's stealing boogeyman. Here's some keys for rolling body man. I'm a body far from a boogeyman. I flip the script and look for the boogeyman. Where is he? I'm looking for the boogeyman. Ask him man if they know boogie. Tell him give me out, we can boogie. Hit him with a hard one and a left boogie. It's true, some who just like boogie. Bet on top, she's a fat
We're
boogie.
not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, we're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, bring any of them, bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman,
Yo, boy, I'm a bad boy, not a goody goody man. I'll face the boogeyman, black night hoodie man. Might come across woolly man, watch me, I play with my life. I'm a street kid bully man. I'm not scared of brave with long hair. There's one brave with long hair, he lives here. The other brave with long hair, bring him. I'll break your front down and bring the spirits in. I'm spiritual, my style is too heavy. The boogeyman, he won't ever be ready. I go against odds, I'm famous man Nelly. Ties on my car, they're Pirelli. I used to sell smelly. Wars on the road, I've had many. Go to JTS and see Freddy. Cut my double plates, make sure I'm ready. F the boogeyman, cause I know he ain't ready.
we're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah, the boogeyman. We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, yeah.
I'm not scared of the boogeyman, but I touch my bet the boogeyman. Boogeyman got details on the map like Digimon. The boogeyman can't scare me, how can you man? 24 no longer a little man. I wanted a little man. Got a girl, she ever tell me that she's stealing boogeyman. Here's some keys for rolling body man. I'm a body far from a boogeyman. I flip the script and look for the boogeyman. Where is he? I'm looking for the boogeyman. Ask him man if they know boogie. Tell him give me out, we can boogie. Hit him with a hard one and a left boogie. It's true, some who just like boogie. Bet on top, she's a fat
We're
boogie.
not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, we're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman, bring any of them, bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. The boogeyman,
Yo,
yeah.
boy, I'm a bad boy, not a goody goody man. I'll face the boogeyman, black night hoodie man. Might come across woolly man, watch me, I play with my life. I'm a street kid bully man. I'm not scared of brave with long hair. There's one brave with long hair, he lives here. The other brave with long hair, bring him. I'll break your front down and bring the spirits in. I'm spiritual, my style is too heavy. The boogeyman, he won't ever be ready. I go against odds, I'm famous man Nelly. Ties on my car, they're Pirelli. I used to sell smelly. Wars on the road, I've had many. Go to JTS and see Freddy. Cut my double plates, make sure I'm ready. F the boogeyman, cause I know he ain't ready.
We're not scared of none of them, not one of them, not any of them. Bring any of them, the boogeyman scares many of them. Yo, listen. Alright, it's Chim. Had 3 wars. I cut that, and I'm on a minute. Yeah. Bars and bars. No one heard them. So I thought I'd just express myself, let it out, let it out. Because I'm trimming it, you need to hear these things. A lot of things happen. Alright, started with the lowdown. Yeah. Let me tell you the lowdown. Trim and storm the showdown. Well, it's over now, never sold you down, let me slow it down. I went in jail when I stood my ground. You get bail cause you use your mouth, Kevin smells but you licked around. Your face got fixed for that, big meaty scab. That's what you get for eating flags and raves, they go mad. For you get paid and I'm glad for you. But drinking piss is bad for you, it's not Trim no more, it's bad to you. What do I have to do to get through to you? Fake is my view of you. That's why I'm slewing you, it's Trim, passing true. In case you're this is how we're gonna do it. You feel like a Ford Buick, mum's Jewish, you wish. Island man with pricks, not forgetting where Sibby's from, away he pissed. Islands where your half sister lives, not far from Chim's trip. Islands not where I live, you can catch me in the bits. I'm always in the bits. And Abbey Lane's where your mom lives. Keep saying my name, we'll get your mom to live. Sean Lewis, just a pick in the bitch. Sean Lewis, each clip for clip. Sean Lewis, where you going with this? You're not a lyricist, not flowing, no shame, I'm a bigger fish. I'm a big back dub and you're a mini disc. Just broken and finished with Storm. What we call them scabs in school, we wanked over pool, no mag. And was forced to jack in no ladies' bags. Storm is Sean and Sean is scab. Colleen's a slag, goes out with scabs. Scabs thinks he's bad, the slags is high. That's like with crab, that's why scabs got big scabs on his face. And his face is fuck. Phone's been blocked and he dressed up, nah, that's not fuck. Grass man up to be pissed on his clothes and stuff. He's never been road, you mum, you bet loads of mum. Flow's not rough, so not rough, but life has been. I can see why you think you're fuck, but you're a has been trimmed, not thinking, fuck, but I haven't. Don't put you up, we'll keep clashing. I need to get my ratings up to who's smashing. Tried to get trim, you must have been pinged, but you anything. Answer for everything. You won't win, not a chance, to anything. Move your skin, kick your ass, break everything. It's a way, never last, be threatening. Alright, and then Cell 22, come out of the green. Don't know where he was going with it. I didn't write no lyrics, I had lyrics. Got lyrics, always, everyday lyrics. So, listen, okay, I put Cell through lyrical hell, don't make your head swell. So much breath, we're used to the smell. Man, see, stay back their thumbnail, but some try red, but fell. Just do spell, cut your throat, your face go pale. Then Monday, desperate mel. Oh well, she's next on the scale, wait for go jail. My words won't fail to bust your tail. Your crew as well, whether male or female, it's the end of the rail. Wait, blood, but a bell. Keep saying my name, but get your mum.
Stuff we already knew.
Show Louis, clip for clip. Show Louis, where you going with this? You're not liberties. No flowing, no shine, I'm a big fish. I'm a big back up and you're a mini this. Just broken and finished with stone. But we'll call him scabs in school, we went over pool, no mag. And was forced to jack and no ladies' bags. Storm is shown and shown his scabs. Colleen's a slag, goes out with scabs. Gabs thinks he's bad, that's like his hat. That's like with crab, that's why scabs got big scabs in his face. His face is fucked. Thumb's been blocked and he dressed up, nah, that's not fucked. Drugs man up to be picked up his clothes and stuff, he's never been road.
Like, if you look at the interview, the guy they're interviewing is like, yeah, would have to remake some elements of it. And then the next question, they ask him about the PSP games, and he says something like, yeah, unlike Ishin, we would have to fully remake the PSP games, so that's not happening. He says something like that, so that just like, okay. Remake confirmed for bullshit.
Oh well, she's next on the scale, wait for go jail. My words won't fail to bust your tail. Your crew is male or female, the end of the rebel. Wait, blood, but a bell. Keep saying my name,
Stuff we already knew. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I don't know what possessed me to do that, but that was a horrible idea. Like, if you look at the Ohei trilogy, I mean, this is Yakuza 3. That's how I'm feeling with this game today. And then the next question, they ask him about the PS. I already cut the 210. Why am I still here? Yeah, unlike Ishin, we would have to fully remake. And sure enough, I've been resetting the early game nonstop. So, okay, there you go. Just to suffer. Remake confirmed for bullshit. Stuff we already knew. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I don't know what possessed me to do that, but that was a horrible idea. Like, if you look at the Ohei trilogy, I mean, this is Yakuza 3. That's how I'm feeling with this game today. And then the next question they ask him about, I already cut the 210. Why am I still here? Yeah, unlike Ishin, we would have to fully remake. And sure enough, I've been
Sunshine girl is sleeping.
there you go.
She falls in dreams alone. And me, I am her dagger. Too numb to feel her pain.
You just missed me trying to play Boss Battle B2 from SMT4. It's not quite ready though. I'm gonna make a cover of it on my Korg DS10 actually, like a sequencer that was officially released for the Nintendo DS. Also, it doesn't matter what names you give the other reasons. Might as well just press start so that people know who they are. You gotta get this vending machine. There's another vending machine in the Shinjuku Medical Center that you gotta hit up as well. You can't open the menu to see your inventory or anything, but if you get both those vending machines, you'll get one Soma and one Sacred Water, which are good items to have once the game actually kicks off. You gotta path carefully here. So basically just kind of go counterclockwise and into this 3 o'clock entrance of Yoyogi Park. Gotta hit a plot trigger where we talk to Fish Scale Man. By the way, hi, thanks for the good luck, Spire Prince 96 and Edu4 Boss Battle B2 from SMT4. Today in Pokemon Gold, you got a shiny Farfetch though. Congrats. I only got one shiny ever. It was a Nidorino in Safari Zone, a sequencer that was officially released for the Nintendo DS. Also, it doesn't matter what names you give the other reasons. Might as well just press start so that people know who they are. You gotta get this vending machine. There's another vending machine in the Shinjuku Medical Center that you gotta hit up as well. You can't open the menu to see your inventory or anything, but if you get both those vending machines, you'll get one Soma and one Sacred Water, which are good items to have once the game actually kicks off. You gotta path carefully here. So basically just kind of go counterclockwise and into this 3 o'clock entrance of Yoyogi Park. Gotta hit a plot trigger where we talk to Fish Scale Man. By the way, hi, thanks for the good luck, Spire Prince 96 and Edu4 Boss Battle B2 from SMT4. Today in Pokemon Gold, you got a shiny Farfetch though. Congrats. I only got one shiny ever. It was a Nidorino in Safari Zone, a sequencer that was officially released for the Nintendo.
Shitty techno is cool too, and we'll make stuff with him soon. nice. I am eating my pot noodle, and I'm in a car. My mother is driving the car, and I'm in the car. We are going to KFC, and I'm going to eat a bonus banquet from KFC, because that's what I get. I almost threw up while thinking about the bonus banquet, because I am the hungry one. I love bonus banquets, and I'm going to eat one after I finish this pot noodle. Pot noodle. I have finished my KFC, and it was very nice. We are now going home, but the road is very clogged with traffic, because it is the time when everyone's coming back from work. But I don't work because I don't know, I just don't. I am gonna go home, and then I'm gonna go and game. I might play something really funny. Maybe I play Only We Surely Give Up about 15 minutes in, because I get hit. I am going to go on Twitch.tv and see if anybody is running any SMT. Maybe they are, like an Nocturne on Persona 3. Maybe someone's running E5 or people. Maybe if it's a blue moon, someone's doing a DDS 100%. I don't know because I'm not home yet. Maybe when I get home I can have another pot noodle just because, well, because pot noodles are nice. What else? After I finish this pot noodle. Pot noodle. I have finished my KFC, and it was very nice. We are now going home, but the road is very clogged with traffic, because it is the time when everyone's coming back from work. But I don't work because I don't know, I just don't. I am gonna go home, and then I'm gonna go and game. I might play something really. Only We Surely Give Up about 15 minutes in, because I get hit. I am going to go on Twitch.tv and see if anybody is running any SMT. Maybe they this is a diss track. Other side of the room, so you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me, right? Waxing hard, yo. Stole my glove. Yeah, you heard me. You stole my fucking glove. Give me my gloves back. My hands are cold. Can't close the door, because we need to air this room out, because the bed fucking stinks. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, but I swear to fucking God, I just want my gloves back. See, please, I'm asking you nicely. Please, can I have my gloves back? Like things are always fucking trap. Don't look at me like that, idiot. Give me my gloves back. They're mine. I bought them with my money. Our money. Shut up, asshole. You don't even have hands. You don't have hands. Give me my, they're mine, fucking idiot. you. No, I'm not working with you again. Fuck you. You fucking put it in the sink and turn the tap on. What kind of asshole the fuck works for you, piece of shit? I hope you fucking die. Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. Fuck you. Fuck you. You asshole. I don't give a shit about any of you people who are around. Fuck you. Idiot. Why me the third one? Fuck you, you piece of shit. I fucking hate you. I'm asking you nicely. Please can I have my gloves back? What? Don't look at me like that, idiot. Give me my gloves back. They're mine. I bought them with my money. Our money. Shut up, asshole. You don't even have hands. You have hands. Give me my gloves. They're mine. Fucking idiot. Working together again. I swear to God, I refuse. No, I'm not working with you again. Fuck you. You fucking put it in the sink and turn the tap on. What kind of asshole the fuck works for you, piece of shit? I hope you fucking die. Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. Fuck you. Fuck you. You asshole. I don't give a shit about any of you people who are around. Fuck you. Idiot. Why me the third one? Fuck you, you piece of shit. I fucking hate you. I'm asking you nicely. Please can I have my gloves back? What? Don't look at me like that, idiot. Give me my gloves back. They're mine. I bought them with my money. Our money. Shut up, asshole. You don't even have hands. You have hands. Give me my gloves. They're mine. Fucking idiot. Working together again. I swear to God, I refuse. No, I'm not